Trump won the election. Among the suspect's possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his skin color. His lawyer saying this to CNN. This was a guy simply following the advice and the commentary of the President of the United States. So tonight, the acting chief of the Capitol Police proposing security fencing erected around the Capitol in the wake of the deadly insurrection stay up permanently. Also, police say a man arrested near the Capitol was armed with a gun and 20 rounds of ammunition, and a list of lawmakers' names. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi responding to concerns about security by members of Congress, saying the enemy is within the House of Representatives. With all this, President Biden pushing for bipartisan support to pass his massive nearly $2 trillion COVID relief plan. Let's get right to it. CNN's White House correspondent is John Harwood, and our senior political analyst is John Avlon. How will we distinguish? I guess I'll have to say last names. Good evening to both of you. Mr. Harwood, President Biden trying to restore access to health care, pushing hard behind the scenes to get a COVID relief package through on the heels of dismal economic news. Where do negotiations stand tonight?
Well, they've got a ways to go. There's a lot of details that are going to get changed, and it's unclear what the composition of the final coalition behind the legislation will be. But one thing that both the Biden White House, Democrats in Congress, their outside allies are increasingly confident of is that they're going to get a very large bill. If not precisely Joe Biden's $1.9 trillion, something close to that. And that potentially has a huge impact on the country and on the Biden presidency. It will speed the end of the pandemic with the funds for vaccines and testing and all the steps needed to try to get the pandemic under control. It will sustain people who are hurting, who are jobless through the next few months while we get to the end. And it will lift the overall economy. Economists tell me, Don, that passing of this bill or something close to this bill will take the 4% growth we expect for this year and turn it into 6% growth. That it will restore the U.S. economy to full employment by the end of 2022 instead of 2023. That is a tremendous upside for Joe Biden and for Democrats as they look ahead to 2022 midterm elections in which their majorities are going to be threatened.
So, Mr. Avlon, you next. So we're living in two different universes, right? The Biden team trying to focus on facts and science, and Republicans are giving key committee assignments to conspiracy theorists like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who spouts racist and xenophobic lies. That's quite the contrast.
It's as stark as it gets, and it says too much about the state of our politics today. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene getting a seat on the Education Committee when she's, inflamed conspiracy theories about school shootings. This person hasn't met a conspiracy theory she never liked, whether it's not being a 9/11 truther or QAnon. And the question is, what's too much? And the actions of the Republican leadership is to say, well, we really need to cool down internal dissent, treating Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger as someone equally divisive, destructive, and anti-reason as Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's the problem. You can't treat the true wings of your party as a crazy caucus and a responsible caucus. You got to deal with the problem in the party, and they seem totally unwilling to and still afraid of Donald Trump from lame duck status at Mar-a-Lago.
John Harwood, countless Republicans have remained silent about Greene.
Okay, enough of those assholes. 9/11 truther, they hate 9/11 truthers. The way you can tell by the way they say that, the way that it comes out of their mouth with so much bile. It's like they're saying domestic terrorist or pedophile. 9/11 truther. That's what they equate. Again, this is how the powers that be see you. You are a terrorist. Okay, and that's the fact. And anybody who doesn't think white privilege card is hilarious doesn't have a sense of humor. Because scot-free, white privilege trumps everything. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, card member since birth, good through death. It's fucking hilarious, man. And it's really sad that people are so overly outraged by it.
That Trump won the election. Among the suspect's possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of...
That one piece of evidence, that's a piece of evidence. This parody thing, this comedy credit card is a piece of evidence against this person. This is the police state that we live in. This is, I've been seeing these so-called liberals, right? Anderson Cooper, Rachel Maddow, all these fucktards, right? Who again see 9/11 truthers equal to domestic terrorists, pedophiles, that sort of thing. These fucking cunt liberals defend Liz Cheney again and again and again, which is mind-blowing to me. But again, I'm a 9/11 truther who sees Liz Cheney as probably the single most, the single sitting member of Congress who profiteered off the events of 9/11 more than any other congressperson, member of Congress. Okay, and I'm serious about that. Liz Cheney is as scumbag as there is on the face of the planet. And you see all these so-called liberals that cannot wait to defend her. It's so disgusting. And this is what I keep saying about there isn't a difference, right? There isn't a difference between the right and the left, right? You got these like massive liberals like Don Lemon and Rachel Maddow, and they're coming to the defense of Liz Cheney. And why? Because the truthers are gaining power. Because the people's voices are beginning to be heard. Just beginning. Just a little teeny tip. The internet is so dangerous. Hi, boo-boo. You're my beautiful baby. Just the beginning. Okay? We just put the tip in so far. And the powers that be, the mainstream media, the Congress, the politicians, the local media, going crazy. A white privilege card, like. But defending Liz Cheney, are you serious? She's as bad a human being as exists on the planet. And you see all these so-called liberals. Again, there is no difference. It is impossible to be a liberal and defend Liz Cheney. No matter what. There's no excuse. Zero. And again, it's not that there's liberals and conservatives. I mean, there's people who like to live their life that way, being very, but if you identify with these piece of shit fucking news people, these piece of shit politicians who claim liberal, who claim conservative, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, okay? Because they're not. There's not any difference between them. They can't wait to reach across the aisle and make a deal that sells out your freedom again and again and again. The NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, right? It claims that all of you are potential enemy combatants. This is why we have to spy on you. This is why we have to spy on your 12-year-old daughter's cell phone usage, because she's a potential enemy combatant. And if you don't think the government's doing that, then you're not paying attention. And that's really... Look, I don't want to pay attention to all this news crap. I don't want to pay attention to all the fucking game playing. But when you see what's happening, when you see American people, it's like you keep seeing I keep seeing them talking about all the military people, all the veterans, all the military people that were at the insurrection of the state of the U.S. Capitol, right? There's all these veterans there, and one minute they're talking about how we have to care about the veterans, and the next minute they're labeling domestic terrorists. Okay. Oh, we got to care. The veterans give everything. Oh, but they're domestic terrorists. Because why? Because we don't like what they're saying. Because we don't like what they're doing. Because they're getting too close to us. I heard Senator Durbin yesterday talking about he remembers the insurrection when there was people walking down the halls of Congress, walking with Trump flags and American flags coming right at him. And all I could think was, oh yeah, it's just fucking terrifying seeing American flags coming at you, isn't it, U.S. Senator Durbin? What a giant fucking sack of shit. U.S. flags are terrifying. And now they're so offended that people are calling themselves patriots. Okay, I don't like people calling themselves patriots. I don't care who they are. I think it's stupid. You shouldn't call yourself a patriot. Other people should call you a patriot. It's like a patriot doesn't do what he does because he's a patriot. Patriot does what he does because it's the right thing to do. So you're not going out and trying to be a patriot, going out and trying to do the right thing. Okay, that's who I am. I'm someone who does the right thing when I can, every time. And these people, but you see these, you're gonna see all these military people like colonels and generals and fucking, joint chief of staff and fucking ex-CIA head and blah, blah, blah. And they're gonna talk about the word patriot. And these people are using the word patriot. And it's so offensive that these people are using the word patriot to label themselves as patriots. And they're veterans. And they're police officers. And it's disgusting that they would think of themselves as patriots. Again, and you know why? Because these news people, because these fucking piece of shit politicians view themselves as patriots. We're doing the work of the people. We're keeping the country safe. We need extra security pay. They want extra security pay now. Every sitting member of Congress wants extra security pay, which I guarantee is thousands of dollars a month. And why? So again, not because they're doing evil in the people's name, not because they're committing crimes in the people's names, but because of the violent extremists, the domestic terrorists are trying to get us. But that's not what it is. They just want extra money so they can have an excuse to fly in a private jet down to Washington D.C. So they can have an excuse, not to be around the people, not to be within arm's reach of the people. Why? Because again, they despise you. They see you as domestic terrorists. And then they call themselves patriots. They think that they're doing the work of the people. I couldn't be more disgusted by our government. I couldn't be more disgusted by our media. And I'm so tired of people who don't have a sense of humor. Do you think the white privilege card is hilarious? I think it's fucking hilarious. You tell me if I'm wrong. Call. There's a number right there, 805-669-6397. If you don't think it's funny, you call me. You tell me why it's not funny. I'd be happy to discuss it with you. If you have the guts. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Okay, Manny, how about you, bro?
Just watching over here your rant about, patriots and any other things that you have to talk about them. But, I don't know, man. It's a tough crowd.
People shouldn't call themselves... people should not call themselves patriots. That's all I'm saying, Manny. Someone else should decide that for you. That's not your decision to make. It's not your call to make. You can think that you're a patriot, but someone else puts that label on you. Otherwise, you're just a fucking head case who thinks you're fucking special. That's the facts, Manny.
here's the thing, Max.
Uh-huh.
At this point, I'm more concerned about the definition of hatred than a patriot itself, because one side call them traitors, call them the worst type of thing that you can call an American,
Yeah.
and the other one you call them the best thing you can call an American, though. And just by looking at that definition, it just tells you how divided we are, how messed up things are, just because nobody disagrees on a basic concept or something, though. Everyone has their values and their ideologies so far apart that when they point to the other person, they point the worst.
Manny, you just said last night. You just said that the things that separate us aren't that great as compared to all the things that we have in common. Didn't you say that last night, Manny? Look, these things that separate us are really minute, and they're programmed into our brains. It's not really who we are. We're just being divided at every fucking level they can get a wedge in between us. Okay? Who we are is Americans trying to look out for Americans. That's who we should be. And instead, no, you're this group, you're that group, you're a fucking Trump supporter. Man, they hate Trump supporters. Go ahead, Manny.
Oh, yeah, they do. But also the Trump supporters hate like the neocons, like Liz Cheney and her father. How much you want to bet Liz Cheney is taking orders from her father?
I don't really care. Liz Cheney and her entire family are complete scum and need to go to prison immediately in order to make the world a safer place for little children.
I agree, Max.
Yeah.
I agree. But let's say that we actually do that. How is that going to change everything, though?
Because then you make examples of people that are war profiteers. Them know that or at least have some sign that if they come behind you and try and fucking start a war based on lies and then make profit off it and then keep it going forever so they can continue to make a profit, those people are going to prison. And that's a really important signal to send, Manny.
No. I feel you, man. I feel you. Just don't get mad, though. What I'm trying to say, man, is how is that going to change anything, though?
Because then we don't have any fucking war profiteers in the Congress anymore. And that changes the entire military-industrial complex standpoint, doesn't it? Right now we have nothing but war profiteers in the motherfucking Congress. They make money by voting to extend forever fucking wars.
Okay, look at mad then. All I'm saying, Max, is that they're not the cause.
Do you see this, Craig?
Symptoms.
Go ahead.
They're just a symptom of what's going on, Max. They're just an avatar of what really is happening outside. That's pretty much what's going on.
You make examples of the criminals, okay? Anybody making a profit off of war and voting to keep the wars going forever is a fucking criminal. You make examples of the people that are criminals, and then, hopefully, maybe not the next term of Congress, but somewhere down the road, we don't have any more criminals in Congress. Wow, wouldn't that be amazing, Manny?
Of course.
Well, then this is the only way to get to that point.
I feel you. And I feel like you have the right you have the right heart. Sorry, your heart is in the right place. But I feel like at the same time it's not the way it's supposed to. Everything's more gray when it comes to that, man. So but yeah, I mean you can definitely try to do whatever you feel like is the right thing, but at the end, who are you to decide what's the right thing and what's the wrong thing, man? Maybe the right thing for you is the wrong thing for them, and vice versa.
Okay, all right, Manny. I hear you. I gotta go. I gotta check on some stuff, Manny. So let me talk to you again soon. Okay?
Max.
Yeah.
Max. I just want to say, I just want to give you a hug, man, because I feel you are in the right, your heart is in the right place. But sometimes you have to be in the gray area, though. Sometimes you have to go and cross into the dark side. Just like
No.
Emperor Palpatine said to Anakin Skywalker, in order to fully understand the power of the Force, you need to be on the dark side.
No, it's not true. Okay, man, I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, man. Talk to you later, man.
Okay. Okay, hey, do we have a second person streaming? Is that what's happening? No? Okay. I don't know what's happening. It looks like there's stuff messed up with we seem to be losing a lot of viewers here. There seems to be a problem with our stream. But I'm going to play a video for you, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to play a short video. I'll be right back trying to figure out what's going on. FBI lawyers have admitted to faking documents. Again, this is who the FBI is. Okay, they faked documents on about the Russia probe. They completely altered the documents in order to make Trump people look as if they were making deals with Russia. Okay, this is who the FBI is, and now they're like sacrificing this one guy to say, oh, it was this one guy, this one lawyer who altered the documents. That's not what I see. Okay, I see the FBI as being completely corrupt, not just completely corrupt, but evil in their presence. Okay, they do, the FBI has never, ever, ever, ever in their entire existence had a shooting that was not found to be justified. Do you know that? Do you remember the Boston Marathon bomber, right? The Boston Marathon bomber, he had a person who he practiced martial arts with, and that person was interviewed by the FBI after the Boston bombing, alone with seven. There was like a half a dozen FBI guys and a half a dozen police officers. Right? Absolutely no one recording anything. They're interviewing this terrorism suspect. Nobody recording anything. And the guy winds up dead with 7 bullet holes in his motherfucking back. Okay? Anybody want to know what happened during that interview? Let me explain it to you. Okay? They went in there and he had all kinds of attitude and said, fuck you guys. And they said, what did your friend tell you about the Boston Marathon bombing? And he looked them in the eyes and he said, he told me he was working for you. And they shot him in the back 7 times. Okay? That's who our FBI is. That's who our police state is. That's who our justice system is. Okay? And if you're not tired of it, if you don't want to fucking burn it to the motherfucking ground and get something that actually is there for the people. Because this fucking government is garbage and every day proves it is 100% against the people. It's not there for us. It doesn't care about us. It's there for the corporate entities, and that's it. All right, so I'm going to play this video about the FBI lawyers changing documents because I thought that was pretty interesting. I'm going to heat up the bong. I definitely need a bong hit. If you guys want to have a bong hit with me, please, we'll do that in a sec.
FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information on the suspect who placed pipe bombs in Washington, D.C.
Information tonight, a federal judge has sentenced a former FBI lawyer to probation for falsifying a document pertaining to the Russia investigation. Today's sentencing, Kevin Kleinsmith apologized for doctoring an email about Carter Page's relationship with the CIA. The Justice Department relied on that email to enable surveillance of Page, then an aide to President Trump. Prosecutors had sought several months in prison for Kleinsmith.
In the face of that fury, as well as that Trump won the election, among the suspect's possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence and insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his...
That piece of evidence. That shocking piece of evidence. Well, we know he's a domestic terrorist now, right? He's got a white privilege card. Which ain't Diners Club, motherfuckers. Again, I find the white privilege card hilarious. And if you don't think I should, I'd really like to talk to you about it and understand why. Because I think anybody who doesn't find the white privilege card incredibly humorous it just doesn't have a sense of humor. And that would be really sad. And I think that's the direction a lot of people are headed, you know, because humor is one of those things where it's like, and I told you guys this, it's one of the consistent things. It's like there's laws of the universe like gravity, and, you know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction and things like that. One of the things that I understand is that humor is always right, is always kind of an option. It's kind of always part of what's happening. And you can choose to see it and experience it and feel it or not. That's the facts. Hello, caller.
Michael,
What is
this
this?
is the Ministry of Truth.
What does this stream look like?
It looks like a psychedelic mess, Michael. It's
No,
a
what does it look
psychedelic-
like? Is it fucking streaming properly or is it not streaming properly?
It's streaming according to the plan. Everything is going according to the plan. It's fine, except I think Bernie killed the Muppet, the yellow Muppet. Bernie killed the yellow Muppet, Michael.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
So what's going
How
on?
are you? How are you, Michael? Everything okay?
No.
What's wrong? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Your dog is sleeping, and it's a Friday night, and the loonies are out. Apparently, somebody with a white privilege card from California. Whoa! It takes all kinds. You know what I mean?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Well, sometimes the conspiracy theories are actually true about the white privilege and crazy Trump followers, you know? And
I'm not saying that there's not white privilege. What I'm saying is that the white privilege card is fucking hilarious.
yeah, well, you know, so was the guy with the buffalo horns and the
Not really. I mean, he was doing something that, I mean, that's not hilarious. Hilarious is fucking, you know, what's the Mel Brooks movie with Cleavon Little and Gene Wilder?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you know, it's a Western. No,
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles. You know, I mean, that's like if you can't find the white privilege card hilarious, you're not going to find Blazing Saddles hilarious either.
That's a very good analogy, actually. I think we, politics, the entire idiosphere of politics is now just a giant Blazing Saddles show, and you know, throw in some Johnny Depp as Tonto in there, and I guess AOC could be like Tonto, you know. Tonto actually means stupid in some Indian language. No, in Spanish it means stupid. Tonto means stupid. But yeah, it's like a giant episode of Blazing Saddles with some Beanie and Cecil cartoons, and Now we got permanent razor wire around the Capitol building where the superclass lives. Can't be touched, the untouchables. And then pretty soon we're going to be kneeling down at the steps and worshiping of people like Pelosi and everybody, every other dumb fuck, you know. So it's a cartoon show, man. I'm kind of used to it. I'm glad they caught him, but I'm wondering, was it a setup? How did they catch him? You don't happen to know that stuff, do you?
Look, they had video of him. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I see these people, and I just can't believe the police state anymore. I can't believe the media. You know, it's like everything they say is like the PSYOP thing, you know. Oh, he had a white privilege card, so you know he's a domestic terrorist. You know, not because it's fucking funny, you know. So it makes sense that he had bombs on him. It said Trump's everything. Give me a break, you know. I mean, it's just this fucking massive psyop, and I want to, you know, I want something better. I don't want to leave this planet with this garbage fucking ruling class, man. I mean, if I could snap my fingers and just destroy everybody who has over $100 million, I probably would do that right now. And their entire families.
That's the super class. That's who we're dealing with, the super class. And so, just so I can in my own mind, I can clarify your position. You actually think this guy from California is part of a setup, a psyop, and it's just more of the mind control program there?
No. I just think that they use everything they can to do the psyop. It's like when they talk about somebody getting caught with a handgun, they say a loaded handgun and 20 bullets, you know. And I mean, what I was trained was it's a fucking paperweight if it's not loaded. A gun is a fucking paperweight if it's not loaded, okay? If there's not one in the goddamn chamber, it's a motherfucking paperweight. That's the way I understand things. So, you know, oh, it's a loaded gun. Like, somehow that makes it so much more, you know, like, I just, these people, I can't stand the bullshit. I can't stand that they think that we're such fucking mouth breathers, you know, like we can't see through it. I just can't even tell you how much I want to destroy the mainstream media and this government. I can't even begin to tell you.
Yeah, they're pretty much one and the same, joined at the hips. They're Siamese twins. The media and the government are inseparable now. But I'm wondering how much of that Reddit Robin Hood, what was that? Robin Hood? Yeah, the Reddit Robin Hood thing affected you. It's brand new. It's only a couple days old. So now that you got your mind wrapped around it and you know what happened, how does that affect your outlook?
I'm really happy about that. I think that's wonderful. And we've been talking about that for 3 days, and I've been saying the same thing. I think that is honestly the start of a new day on the planet. You know, that is the start of, hey, look who has the power. I've been screaming this all along. Look who has the power. If we can come beyond our petty differences and see something, you know, have a common goal. Oh, let's all make money. Oh, yeah, I don't have any problem with you. Let's make money. You know, look, if we just get beyond the petty, incredibly small, petty bullshit, you know, we can have all the power. Instead, we're divided into these teeny tiny little fucking groups. And the goddamn politicians have all the fucking power, and they are just bowing down to the rich. So, you know, and the goddamn politicians have no power. The only power that the politicians have is what we give them. And that's why they want us divided. Because we're too busy fighting amongst ourselves to fucking take away their fucking power.
Yeah. Well, I'm just kind of pretty tranquil, and I'm used to the game, and it's literally like Blazing Saddles. It's like
right. They call you Killer Mike because you're such a tranquil guy.
The only people who call me Killer Mike is you guys.
Yeah. The people who know you best, huh?
No, we've never even met. But I mean, I don't, the thing is, the only thing that happened that was wrong with, it's not that short selling is wrong, and it's not that the public getting together on Reddit and doing their own version of short selling and fucking the big guys, the big traders, right, and cost them billions of dollars. There's nothing wrong with that on either side. It's part of the market. What was wrong with that whole situation was that Robinhood, they didn't like us playing by their rules. So Robinhood, the brokerage firm, shut it down.
Right. Well, Robinhood was beholden. Robinhood was heavily invested by the company that owned the hedge fund that was losing massive amounts of money. So
yeah, under the influence of big money. Yeah. So I mean, what the hell good is a brokerage firm if they say you can't buy any more stocks or you can only sell them and we're shutting this down? I mean, that was the crime.
That seems like a crime to me.
Yeah. So it's just a brand new area of, let's call it public life, the stock exchange is part of public life, that we're going to have to figure out. But they always are going to fuck you on the rules. It's like, we can do this, but you guys can't because we're in the super class and you're in the underclass and you don't get to rob us of our money. We're shutting it down. They own the game, they own the club, and you're not in it. And so I think that's what you're bitching about. I mean, I see this as a crime against humanity. I see the whole bioweapon thing as a crime against humanity, and I'm just as pissed off as you are. I'm just not tonight. I'm just fucking. It's like fuck. It's like Beanie and Cecil or Blazing Saddles or Idiocracy. I'm waiting for the Kool-Aid to come out of the fucking drinking fountain, the blue Kool-Aid. It's like,
Brondo. It's called Brondo, man. Get it right.
Really? Did it have a name?
Brondo.
Whoa. Brondo. Brondo.
Brondo. It's got everything plants need.
Huh.
Do you remember Idiocracy?
Not that well.
Oh, you should watch it again. It's a great movie.
Yeah, well, that's where we're at. I could just turn on the TV and I could see my own real-life Idiocracy going on with razor wire and Trump leading the charge up the steps with his burning spear, Insurrection 2021, and then, there's 12,000 new COVID-19 strains, and they're infectious, and then, just meditate and breathe deep and hold on to your crystals, and everything will be okay. So, Michael, everything will be okay.
I don't know that anything is gonna be okay. I don't wanna I don't know honestly how much time I have left. And I don't wanna leave this shit as fucked up as it is. Okay? I've struggled for 20 years to try and make things better. And I wanna see some real fucking change. Okay? Not Obama fucking hope and change bullshit. I want to see some real fucking change, and I want to see it before I go.
Well, dude, what makes you so special? Like my friend said to me when I was asking him deep questions, he said, planets have karma. And right now, you and I are in different states, but we're stuck on the same planet, and this is the karma of the time. And it's not like you or I is actually powerful enough to effect a change on any great scale, but we can ride our way through it like a surfer rides a wave,
We can affect the change, and we do affect the change, and I've affected the change very much. I've set up a vibration on this planet that will exist long after I'm gone.
Yeah, well, I'm just a doofus, and foobar. Doofus and foobar's big.
I'm not calling you anything. I'm not here to call people's names. I hate the stupid labels, okay? What I want is I want us to come together. You're not going to come together because you put a fucking label on you. That's how they divide us, Okay, we come together by recognizing the common enemy. Okay, and I don't think it's ever been more clear than today.
Yeah. I mean, we really got to get money out of politics. I don't know how to do that, but we could start with the lobbyists, and we could start with term limits.
Never trust a monkey.
Monkey.
Never trust a monkey. I will never trust them. Never trust a monkey. Okay, these are, again, one of these universal laws. Never trust a monkey. Go ahead. That's why the aliens don't come down and say, "Hey, monkeys, what's going on?"
Well, you know the story of how to trap a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
You put a banana in a pot, and the monkey reaches into the pot, and he grabs the banana, and he wants it so bad that he can't get his hand out of the pot while he's holding the banana, but he refuses to let go of the banana. So you got the monkey. He's trapped with a big pot on his arm, and he's not going to let go of that banana. That's a lesson in detachment. Like, I mean, I hate to get all spiritual on you and shit, but, you know, we got to be a little bit more detached and not grab onto this fruit we think we need. I need to change the world, or I need to be this big important person, or
I don't need that. I know who I am. I don't need that. I don't want to leave this planet to these fucking pieces of shit who shit all over it and act like they're doing the God's work, okay? I don't want to do that. I'm trying, and I've been trying forever to make difference, okay? And I don't, again, I don't know how much time I have left, and I need to see the people. I need to see the people recognizing. I can see, you know, the Robin Hood thing. I can see the coming together there, and this is what I've been saying all along: is we have the power. We have all the power. They took down the multi-billion-dollar hedge fund that just got, you know, flush with money. We have all the fucking power, you know. And again, I think the reason that they were able to do that was they had this common goal. You know, they said, let's go make a bunch of money. Everybody went, yeah, that sounds good. You know, let's go fucking make the earth a good place for all of us. Huh?
Amen.
How about that?
Amen. Yeah, well, you know, the system is unraveling it's like a giant bag, and it's unraveling at the seams all over the place. You got the big tech crackdown unraveling over there, and then you got the hedge fund crackdown over here. You guys can't play our game anymore. I'm taking my football home. And then you got the razor wire around the Capitol. Oh, don't see us. Don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. That's unraveling. And so then the fucking the bioweapon bullshit hasn't even quite unraveled yet, so that people know it was a bioweapon. But they know there's a plague. They know that much. And so it's just unraveling all over the place. Unfortunately, the ones who are suffering are the poor. I mean,
they're the ones who always suffer.
Yeah, when I leave my valley now, when I get out of this valley, on the county roads, it's legal to kind of park your RV. There's just a herd of Winnebagos, hundreds of them, all homeless people, all because of this COVID shit. And you might have seen three of them before the COVID-19, you know. So now there's hundreds of them. So man, my heart's always with the poor people. But I help as many people as I can. And I'm swimming in a giant bowl of shit. Everyone, this whole situation is like this giant bowl of shit, and we're going to have to swim through it to get to the other side. That means we're going to be in it for a while, another year at least, before the survivors get together, because there's going to be some people that don't quite make it, you know, suicides, marriages, foreclosures, homeless, you know, people are going to start people are already preying on each other. So your giant message is don't let them divide us, and that's my message too, man. Don't let them divide us. I just fighting it with humor, unless I'm seeing bodies torn apart, you know.
I use a lot of humor. I use a lot of fucking humor. Look, I want to have this discussion, you know. I want us to come together and all have this discussion. You know, I want us to talk about whether or not people who don't blow up buildings and don't set fires and don't fucking destroy, private property are fucking terrorists or not. Because I don't see it that way.
No. They want the black bloc people and the crazies on the left and the right to make as many headlines as possible. It serves their agenda. So we just have to, fuck this guy from California with his white privilege card. He's one guy. That doesn't mean, you got to keep razor wire up around the Capitol for the next 40 years because
right.
some Looney Tunes guy came from California. I mean, so what? The media is the enemy, and they're in full force weaponized against us. So don't fall for the tricks, man. It's just more dirty tricks. That's what it is.
Yeah, the enemy isn't your neighbor. The enemy isn't the guys that are trying to take back the government or even attack the government. Okay, they could attack anyone. They're choosing to attack criminals doing crimes in their name. Okay, they're not attacking, local fucking high school, a news radio show. They're not doing that. They're going. This is another good thing is we're seeing the people starting to go towards the criminals. Again, all we have to understand is who the common enemy is, and come together so we can defeat it. We need to do that so badly.
You know what FUBAR stands for?
Yes.
Well, that's where we're at, man. This is Doofus and FUBAR's big adventure. And so, it's fucked up beyond all reason. And so, it's so fucked up that it's like...
it's the saying, the phrase is fucked up beyond all recognition.
Okay. Okay. Either way. Or redemption. No. Fucked up beyond all redemption.
You just can't recognize it anymore. That's, reason. Go ahead.
Yeah, so... that's where we're at, man. And it's like, God, I've been watching this shit show for so long. I mean, my God, they killed 3,000 people in New York. Yeah. Fuck, 20 years ago they did that.
Yeah.
Of course they're gonna keep the charade up. It's stitch it up here on the Wall Street, stitch it up there on the COVID, stitch it up there with the big tech media, stitch it up there with the razor wire and all the terrorists, and something's going to happen. Well, I mean, something's going to happen.
We're on the verge of something big happening, and I'm really looking forward to it, honestly.
Yeah, I hope it's as dumb as it's as implausible as can be.
I think that's where it's coming from. So we'll see. Hopefully soon.
Other than that, how's everything going for you, dude?
It's things are edgy right now.
Well, your stream is just fine, dude.
Okay, good. Well, no, there was a problem earlier. It was. I know there was a problem because we lost like 20. It said there's a problem with your stream, and then we lost like 20 viewers. So, anyways, so what's the weather like where you are?
Been raining for the last 3 days, according to my friends who somehow are in with the weather report.
Huh.
It's going to rain for another 3 days, so I just...
Yeah, it's gonna rain here. It's gonna rain here starting tonight for about a week.
Yeah, well, this is California. It never rains in California, but yeah, man, I'm just smoking dope and watching Blazing Saddles on TV.
Seems like a good plan to me.
But yeah, man, you're doing good. Dude, you have an effect on people's lives, and a positive effect, and I hope you get some good fucking callers. I'll tweet out your show, see if I can up your viewership. You gonna stay on till maybe 10 or something?
Yeah, we're gonna go for a while.
Okay, dude, I'll tune in, and of course, all my love and respect to you, and it's all good, man. It's going according to God's plan. It's always darkest before the dawn, so that's where I'm at. I'm waiting for the dawn. Waiting.
It's coming.
All right, dude. Take care.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay, and if anybody else wants to call, the number's right there on the screen, 805-669-6397, 805 Mox News. Operators are standing by. And in case you didn't see the white privilege card, I have it for you right here.
That Trump won the election. Among the suspect's possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his skin color. His lawyer saying this to see.
Okay, go. Whatever you're doing, go ahead. Are you doing something? Okay. All right. So, in case you didn't see the white privilege card, I wanted you guys to see what it is. Scot-free. Trump's everything. Member since birth. Good through death. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing fine. How about you, Chris?
I'm doing all right. I had an interesting day. I applied for a job today. Not my favorite thing, but it was interesting. And I attempted to replace my computer yesterday. I went and got a computer to replace the one I use, but I don't think that the Wi-Fi capabilities of the computer I just got are going to be working for me, so I might have to return it. Another pain in the ass, which means I have to drive all the way up to Federal Way, which is like 48 miles away to do it, because that's where I had to go to buy the machine. Just whatever. The tedious bullshit of life.
Yeah, I hear you. I know what you're talking about. It's kind of never ending, but at the same time, some days it's just like, oh my God, how am I going to get through this shit?
I know. It's just like, man, can't just like everything go right just for like 2 days in a row? Wow. That'd be so great, a blessing. I don't think that the white privilege card was that terrible. I think that Don Lemon is just exaggerating a little bit there, and CNN is just pandering to their audience. That's what they do. That's what all of these networks do, is they pander to their audience.
I think it's fascinating that he calls it evidence. That evidence and this other, it's just like evidence of what? That the guy has a sense of humor? Give me a break.
Yeah, maybe he subscribed to Mad Magazine when he was a kid.
Right,
exactly. Like an evil person or something. I don't think so.
He watches Blazing Saddles every night. He's evil.
Yeah. So that story, I read a friend of mine made a comment on a blog post, and I wanted to share it. It was in response to this article that was posted at the British BBC. And the article is called, it says, "Poor white teens are left behind in towns they're not going to university." So this article is talking about how in England, in the United Kingdom, for some reason, immigrants from Asia and from Africa who are poor are receiving. They're going further. Like they're breaking out of poverty, and they're kind of breaking into the middle class faster than poor white people. And the article is talking about, why is this true? And it asks some questions like, why do so few working class boys go to university? And what is the reason for this? And the article says, like, here's a couple of examples from the BBC article, and then I'll read my friend's response. It says, across all pupils eligible for free meals, 26%, this is figures from the Department for Education last year, reported that male white British free school meal pupils are the least likely of all the main ethnic groups to progress to higher education. Across all pupils eligible for free meals, that's kids who are getting free meals in schools, 26% went on to university by the age of 19. But for white pupils on free meals, the figure was 16%, and it was only 13% for boys. In comparison, 59% of youngsters from black African families on free meals went to college, and 32% of black Caribbean youngsters were eligible for free meals, went to college. Among youngsters from India, from Indian families on free meals, 57% went to university, and among Pakistani youth, 47% of youngsters on free meals went to college. Although they have a lower entry rate, white students are by far the biggest group, representing more than 70% of students in England. In 2019, across all groups, the proportion of people going to university by the age of 30 crossed 50% for the first time. So more people are going to school, to university in Britain, but for some reason or another, these other groups besides the largest group, right, are going to school faster. And it shows that this concept of white privilege is really not true. There is privilege for people who are white in the middle class and white who have money. Like if you're affluent and your parents are white, you have privilege. But if you're poor and your parents are white, you don't necessarily have privilege. And in fact, because of all of the affirmative action programs that have been passed, and I do support affirmative action. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, but the problem is they have to make it so it's at least fair, right? So that poor people, regardless of their color, have a chance to go forward, and so they can break out of poverty. And anyway, that is not happening right now in England based on the numbers. So a friend of mine, and his moniker is called Soundwave, he posted this comment, and I think it's relative, and I'll be quick. It says this. It goes, so my first issue is with the concept of white privilege or white male privilege. I appreciate it's only my experience. However, it would seem to me that people who talk about such things as white privilege are actually just reflecting back on their own privilege. I don't see or hear too many people who actually have worked with white working class kids talking about white privilege. It's usually celebrities, journalists, or academics who talk about white privilege. So in the best case scenario, I think the reason white working class kids are least represented at university is ignorance of those with the loudest voices. In their rush to appear to be on the side of social justice, they end up doing quite the opposite. And this is a best case scenario. In fact, I believe that for many of the middle class who claim to be on the side of social justice, the problem is a cross between a hatred of the working class and an attempt to preserve their own privilege. In the last UK general election, there was talk of the right taking over the red wall, i.e. the working classes voting Conservative, rather than traditionally voting for Labour. However, this was only in the north of England. Further south, this rightward political migration of the working class has been going on since the days of Thatcher in the 1980s. Whatever the rights or wrongs of Thatcher's politics, these people voting for her came out of the 1970s bruised and bashed from a decade of Labour having closed vast numbers of nationalized employers, like the coal mines, and left the country crippled with strikes and power outages. These things hurt the working class far more than the middle class, and Thatcher offered them hope and change. Now, admittedly, I was too young to remember these times, but judging from the middle-class Labour voters' reaction to the working classes following Brexit referendum in 2016 and last year's general election, I can imagine a feeling of having been betrayed and resentment developing. I certainly remember after the referendum being on the Guardian comment section and getting this feeling of middle-class superiority, having paid all these taxes only for the working-class racist and bigoted recipients to go and vote for something they were too stupid to understand. My second issue is that for some left-wing middle-class voters, the damage to working-class kids is intentional. It's a hatred forming. And what better way to hide that hatred at the same time as preserving their own middle-class privilege by taking the focus away from class onto race. If white privilege gets all the headlines, then people won't look at class privilege. If we bung all those people's low wages in with the same wages as the wealthy upper middle class when looking at statistics, then working class white people can't ever be poor, at least not statistically. And the wealthy whites don't look as wealthy as they actually are. It's a win-win. And now the same journalists and academics are asking why the young white working classes are more vulnerable to far-right radicalization. Unfortunately, so far, all the time they can put it down to them being stupid, bigoted, and racist. They'll never actually get the answers if the answers are what they want. I thought that was an excellent comment, Mike, because, and then another friend of mine commented after that, but what she basically said is, if we would solve the problem of money, if we would address this issue in terms of money, like let's just help all poor people in the United States.
Yeah.
However that works. Give them a job. Give them UBI.
Give them
job
a
training.
universal basic income. How much crime would be immediately ended if that was to happen?
And how much racial animosity would just disappear? Because I watched this great. I'm going to watch this film later tonight. I've watched it before. It's called Medium Cool. It's from 1969. It was made during the Democratic National Convention. It was shot cinema veritas style, which means it's like a kind of like a real life presentation of what was happening. The movie was shot in the 6 months of the build up to the Chicago National Convention, Democratic National Convention in 1968.
People died there, right?
People were beaten bloody by the police in Grant Park there, and the cops were brutal. They beat up anti-war demonstrators, and you can find the footage on YouTube. But in the movie, it's about a journalist who kind of comes to an awakening about what he's actually seen, and in the movie, he kind of falls in love with a poor white working class woman who lives in this neighborhood in Chicago called Hillbilly Heaven, which is a real place. It was on the north side, on the north side of Chicago, and Andersonville is what the neighborhood's called. And it was like a 1 mile square area where all these people from West Virginia and Kentucky moved to, when they migrated north. Because we always hear about the great African-American migration to the north when people from Mississippi and Alabama, black people from Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia moved up to the Midwest, to Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, to New York. They moved north, right? But at the same time that the African Americans moved north, poor whites also moved north because their jobs also disappeared in the coal mines in West Virginia when they stayed in their neighborhoods. And their neighborhoods were just as much of a ghetto as what we would call the ghetto on the south side of Chicago,
Sure.
which is where the African Americans moved. So just because they were white doesn't mean that they were better off. They lived in their own insulated neighborhoods in abject fucking poverty. And in this movie, there's a scene where there was a woman talking to one of these women who live in Hillbilly Heaven, talking to another woman who had just moved there from the South, and she was talking about the neighborhood, and she explained to them that the Black Panthers, that she had the greatest respect for the Black Panthers because the Black Panthers taught the whites in the northern side of the city where the poor white neighborhood was, how to organize. And she says, the black people got attention by burning down their fucking neighborhoods. And she says, if we need some shit, maybe we need to burn our neighborhoods down. So the black people, they got attention by putting themselves in front of the houses of the politicians. So maybe we need to get in front of the houses of the politicians. And it showed worker solidarity in 1968 between poor whites and poor blacks. The movie was called Medium Cool. So this isn't about race. People who want to talk about blacks this, whites that, they're just ignorant. This is about class. And if we can give those poor African Americans and poor white people some resources, they're not going to be competing with each other so viciously over these jobs. You got a roof over your head. You got a little food on the table. You're not going to hate people as much as if you're hungry and homeless.
But they want us to hate each other and be
They
afraid.
want us to hate each other because they want us divided.
Yeah.
And if we're divided, then we don't fight the real power.
Right.
The real fucking power is what Mike was talking about in the last call. And that's the super rich, the uber wealthy. They're the ones who control everything. And as long as they keep, us divided, then they know that they can continue to control us. And that's the reason why they hated the Trumpsters. They hated the Trumpsters because they know that the Trump supporters were basically the poor white working class. And they know that they were getting agitated. They saw their leader go down. Whether right or wrong, that's another subject. But they saw that movement occurring, and they were afraid of that. So they set this situation up at the Capitol so that those people are going to be hunted down by the FBI. They're not going to have any political power. Donald Trump will not have his third political party. There will be no place for poor white people to go to. And
Donald
that
Trump.
was what they
Donald
did.
Trump is securely in charge of the Republican Party right now. He doesn't need a third party.
You think he's going to stay in the party, Mike?
Yes, absolutely. He's gonna
All
he's gonna run for president. Look, they're not gonna impeach him. He's gonna run for president again, and he's gonna destroy the fucking Joe Biden. He's gonna destroy Kamala Harris, and you know why? Because he's gonna come out and he's gonna say they stole the election last time. We can't let them do that again, and he's gonna be right. And the people
Yeah.
know it.
Well, that may be true. I'm not going to vote for the man.
I
but
wouldn't
will
vote
say
for him
that,
either. I wouldn't vote. I despise Donald Trump. You know,
Yeah,
but
I
when
know.
you see
I
when you see
do.
these people talking about Trumpsters like they're, like somehow that's a fucking domestic terrorist or a pedophile, I despise those people more than Trump, which I didn't think was possible for me to despise people more than Trump, but I definitely do.
Yeah, I do not admire a billionaire reality television show character. I don't watch NBC. I didn't watch The Apprentice.
Yeah, I don't think I've
I'm
ever
not
seen a
Republican.
single episode. I don't think I ever have.
When he ran in 2016, I watched the first season. I bit the bullet. I bit the bullet, and I watched like all 10 episodes or whatever, the first season of The Apprentice on whatever. I found him somewhere, maybe on Pirate Bay or something.
Yeah.
And I wasn't too impressed with the guy. I mean, I didn't think it was entertaining. He's extraordinarily condescending to everyone.
Yeah.
And it was all like set up too, like
Yeah.
like
Completely
the
fake.
people. It was all fake. So I don't understand why anybody would find that appealing, except for there's that John Steinbeck quote: "Everybody in America imagines one day they'll be a millionaire" or something like that. So
you mean find the show appealing or find Donald Trump appealing?
found the show appealing
Yeah.
because they thought that like this is how a rich and powerful person behaves, and if I can learn some tricks
Right.
from how Donald Trump acts, then I can be rich and powerful
Right.
too, like him. So
Or
it's
at
like
least
this
I can
weird envy with
act like a douchebag. Go ahead.
it. Yeah, you could act like a douchebag.
And
Well,
this is partially what I say about when people watching these hospital shows, these drama shows. If you're watching these narco shows, these cop shows, and you see these fucking piece of shit actors acting like big tough guys who shoot people in the face, and this is how a real man acts. That programming gets in your head. This is how a real man acts, and that's just really not healthy at all.
Yeah, so this brings me directly to this next subject, Mike. And this is an article from NBC News, and it was from January 2nd, I believe. And the article was called, "Should Straight Actors Still Play Gay Characters?" And then it says, "It's complicated."
Well,
and
of course they should.
I heard about this on RT first, but I found the article this evening, and I think it's absolutely crazy, right? Like,
Yeah.
first
It's
of all,
a stupid question.
it's a stupid fucking question.
Yeah.
But in fact, like a part of what an actor is supposed to be able to do is get into another person's way of thinking. That's what they're trained to do.
Yeah.
Is to act like another person.
That's
Now,
the
they
cinema.
never
That's
are
a big
that.
part of the cinema magic. That's why you love the cinema so much, is because these
Absolutely.
brilliant artists
And-
are
and
able
it-
to portray themselves as something that they're not.
And I don't know what the numbers, the breakdowns are, but I'm going to say maybe 10% of the population is gay. Those people can play straight roles too, right?
And they have
Like, if you're
forever.
a gay
And they have
actor-
forever.
If you're a gay
Like
actor,
Rock
does that
Hudson.
mean-
Rock Hudson was he was a sex symbol during the 60s and maybe the early 70s, Rock Hudson, and he was gay as fuck.
Yeah, there's a lot of examples like Rock Hudson, and if you want to take the standard to so they're saying that they need to just hire gay people to play gay people, but then I want to flip the question. If only 10% of the population is gay and say 90% of the population is straight, does that mean that gay people should never play straight roles? I'd say that that would mean gay actors would have very few jobs because 90% of the roles are actually straight roles.
Right.
So it's just a ridiculous, it's this whole thing about how I see myself as an actor, not even as an actor, but as a person, instead of recognizing that, like, what the art of acting is imitating what other people are, which is a completely different thing.
It's also this way that they divide us. It's also this way that they divide us, saying, look how unfair this is to the gay people when there's lots of gay actors that aren't getting roles and they're hiring straight people to play them. You know what I mean? It's this division thing again. And the gay people are so cliquish to start with, If you're not part of their club, a lot of them just, just don't want you around.
Well, I like to distinguish between gay culture or gays and queer culture.
Mm-hmm.
I think that queer culture, that people take things way too fucking seriously, and are way prone to be defensive and aggressive about their identity and how they see themselves. I think that there are many people who are gay who don't have these issues, and they go to work every day. They have friends. Their friends know they're gay. Everything is cool.
Right.
And it isn't a big deal. It's just like, oh yeah, Tom is gay or Jackie is gay.
It's not this big old chip they're not this big chip that's on their shoulder. And
that always has turned me on. And I am straight, but I go to a gay bar because it's the most interesting place to go to. Right. I find it fascinating, for a lot of different reasons. And the biggest problem that I've ever had, I haven't been there since COVID, that's a fact. But the biggest problem I've always had are with people who have openly embraced queer culture and they wear it on their sleeve. And it just really is uninviting to me, just not very nice. It just isn't. But this is a quote from that NBCnews.com article. It says, straight and cisgender privilege, right? While straight and cisgender actors are given many opportunities to play roles outside their gender and sexuality, many gay and trans actors say they are given far less leeway. This is another reason, in addition to the authenticity factor, that some argue queer roles should be reserved for queer actors. Quote, I've only played queer roles in my professional career, and I'm looking forward to the day when I can play a role that has nothing to do with my gender or sexuality or my character's gender or sexuality, said Jesse Keitel, a non-binary actor who plays a trans feminine non-binary character on ABC's Big Sky. I think that's a privilege that many straight and cis actors don't realize is even a thing. And again, I just want to flip that. All right. So do you really believe that as a gay man or as a transgender person, that you think those are the only fucking roles that you deserve? Then fuck it. You shouldn't play any other roles if you want to believe that. It's just a ridiculous.
Look at if you walk into the fucking room and everybody knows that you're a homo, and which is fine, but it's like, are you gonna be able to play a straight guy? Because a lot of very flamboyant people just don't come across as straight.
Yeah, and this kind of makes me think of Kevin Spacey, who made a pass at somebody and lost his job. But people speculate that he's gay. I think he may have come out and said that he's gay.
Huh.
But in that movie American Beauty,
mm-hmm.
he played a straight man and he did a great job. That was an amazing film.
Yeah.
So I think that if there's a good actor, if I'm a director of a movie and a writer director, and I'm looking for a character, I'm going to look for the best actor I can find who's going to play that role, and not think about I'm going to look for the person. They read the script, right? They walk through it. I watch them. I think about it, and maybe I'll take that into consideration. But that's not going to be the final judgment in my mind to make that decision. It's how good of an actor they are.
Right. I'm looking for the best person to fill the role. And and if you haven't practiced acting straight, basically your whole life, and you're flamboyant gay, you're probably not going to be able to come across as straight. Although a lot of them have acted straight their entire lives. So.
Yeah, and again, it's I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm not saying that that wouldn't give you an advantage. Like if you were a gay person and the role was a gay person, I think you might have an advantage over a straight actor. But that doesn't mean that the straight actor would be capable of playing the part or even doing a better job than you if they're a better actor. So
yeah, if you're
anyway,
looking, that it's like you said, you're just looking for the best person for the role. The last thing you're looking for is you go, oh, well, that guy's queer. I don't want him. I don't care. No one, especially in Hollywood, people aren't going to go, oh, that guy's queer. I don't want him for a straight role. People are going to go, this guy is fantastic, or he's not. That's how it works.
And the audience makes that decision when they watch the films and they watch the plays. They know, they can tell a good performance. They know, and then and they reward the actor with their applause, and so on, or their attention.
Hey.
So it I don't know, it just seems ridiculous how far they're pushing this. And I'll say it's identity politics because it is what it is, and what it really is doing is it's just saying this is me and I am this and fuck you and in fact that is not a great
and
way to
you
approach
should treat me special because of it.
Right, as opposed to those kids in Britain, right, who actually are poor and they're not getting into university because nobody's paying attention to them at all
Because they're not special. They're not special enough.
They're not special.
Yeah.
Right. So like they don't count. And that is where this animosity, that's where a lot of Trump's support is coming from. It's like when Hillary Clinton makes these atrocious statements like deplorable people.
Yeah.
I mean, Christ. She should have, her poll numbers should have just, went through the fucking floor after that.
I think her numbers were horrible to start with, and they just lied about it the whole time. You can't trust any of the polls. But yeah, I think that's how Donald Trump got to where he was. It wasn't that he's a great showman or anything. It's just that he was standing on a stage full of fucking professional politicians. And everybody's sick of fucking professional politicians. And they all act like robots, and he acted like a clown. And people went, I like the clown.
More entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah.
At least we got 4 years of live entertainment every single day. I mean, that's better than Netflix, damn it. It was free, too.
Yeah.
All you had to do was, just be kind of a little bit aware, and then you could be amused because the guy was such a clown, like you said.
Yeah.
A couple of drug stories before I go real quick. This was from Stop the Drug War, and this is bad news, so brace yourself, people. But first, Idaho bill to amend the Constitution to bar marijuana legalization advances. And remember, Idaho is the only state in the Pacific Northwest that has no recreational marijuana, I believe, no medical marijuana. It's like a weird anomaly. And I don't know why, because there's a lot of rich people who live in Idaho, and I'm sure they like to smoke herbs, so I don't know what's going on. But it says this. It says, Idaho bill to amend Constitution.
I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, you say, I don't know why. Let me tell you why. Because every state that legalizes marijuana, black people rush to move into that state. And they don't want black people moving to Idaho.
True? Is it true?
It could be.
The measure, a joint resolution would ban, this is like, they're going to amend the Constitution.
Yeah.
Would ban all psychoactive drugs not already legal in the state. So if you discover a new drug in Southeast Asia and you want to share it with people, it will never be legal in Idaho, but was inspired by fears of marijuana legalization. It was approved Friday, and the Senate State Affairs Committee on a party line vote. To become law, the measure would have to pass both the House and Senate with a 2/3 majority and then be approved by a simple majority of the electorate in November 2022 election. Again, though, just to show how the fact that it would even be presented to amend the Constitution to ban marijuana legalization is just insane.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not just insane.
Note,
again, it shows how much these so-called lawmakers, so-called representatives, despise your freedom. Marijuana doesn't hurt a single person. It just gives you freedom. It takes power away from the police if they make marijuana illegal, and they fucking love their police state. They don't want to take power away from the police. They don't want to give any freedom or power to the people.
So moving from Idaho across the north to North Dakota, in North Dakota, lawmakers killed home cultivation for medical marijuana patients. A bill that would have allowed registered medical marijuana patients to grow their medicine was unanimously defeated in the Senate Judiciary Committee on Thursday. North Dakota.
Fuck North Dakota. I'm not going there ever. I'm never, ever, ever going to go to North Dakota. Fuck North Dakota.
Yeah. Well, it's cold as shit, too. Maybe that's why they're so mean. It's like it gets down to like 30 degrees below, 35 degrees below zero. That would make people mean.
Fuck North Dakota.
I don't know.
Fuck, I hate this freedom. This is just so anti-freedom, you know? And anybody who supports these politicians, you're anti-freedom too. And that's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, last one. And this is, again, more bad news. And this is going from North Dakota all the way across the north to New Hampshire, up in New England. And it says, New Hampshire marijuana legalization, home cultivation bills were killed. The House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee voted Wednesday to retain a marijuana legalization bill, effectively killing it for the rest of the legislative session. So they're keeping it in committee for a year. The committee also voted to kill a bill that would allow for home cultivation of marijuana. So they tabled the bill and killed a bill for home grow in New Hampshire. They killed home grow for medicine in North Dakota.
Okay.
And in Idaho, they're amending their constitution to not let people ever consider using drugs legally in the state of Idaho, ever, for perpetuity.
Yeah.
That is like, I mean, come on, guys. So
New Hampshire being the live free or die state. So we're clear that New Hampshire is the live free or die state, and the people, the only reason they're talking about legalizing marijuana is because that's what the people want, and then they go, yeah, fuck that. In the live free or die
New Hampshire
state.
is also the most conservative state of those states, like Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and up there in New England. In New York, it's the most conservative of those states. And North Dakota and Idaho are very, very much dominated by the Republican Party as well. So I want Mike from Southern California to think about that, because he was voting for Donald Trump being the head of the Republican Party. And he had every opportunity, Donald Trump had every opportunity to push for legalization of marijuana or cannabis across the United States in different ways and shapes and forms. Could have signed an executive order. He could have done a lot of shit. He didn't do a goddamn thing. And now members of his own party in these three states and in several others, and Kansas is another example, are killing people's opportunity to legalize or decriminalize cannabis so that people in those states can have access to this pretty benign plant that actually helps people. So I just want to think about that. Like, if you sign your name on a ballot, Donald Trump saying it's just a protest vote. Well, fuck, it isn't just a protest vote. You're voting for a party that hates people when it comes to like using substances. You don't have to vote Democrat.
I agree.
I'm not saying vote Democrat.
I agree. They hate. It's not substances. It's freedom. They hate your freedom, and because just because it's legalized doesn't mean you have to use it. Just doesn't mean you have to have drugs. It just means you now have an option, and it means that if you somewhere down the road you start worrying about getting cancer, maybe you want to eat a little marijuana on a regular basis. It's an option as opposed to again this thing that never hurt anybody, but they're not going to make alcohol illegal. Alcohol is connected to 10% of all deaths. Number one, alcohol is connected to 10% of all human deaths. Number two, it's the number one date rape drug in the world. Okay, so yeah, but marijuana, we can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I bet you can get a drink in Bismarck, North Dakota, in Boise, Idaho, or in New Hampshire. I'm sure you can get a drink in any of those places.
Yeah.
But those folks want to throw their neighbors in jail for just using cannabis.
Yeah.
And to me, that is extremely vindictive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just fucking mean.
And hypocritical, too. It's very hypocritical. Like I said, marijuana doesn't hurt anybody, and they're all good with the fucking number one date rape drug in the world. They got no problem with that.
No, they don't have a problem with that. And whatever. There's other things. But those were the drug stories from StopTheDrugWar.org, from their Drug War Chronicle I want to share with you tonight, in addition to that NBC story and a heads up on that movie, Medium Cool.
Right on.
And I just wanted to share those things with you. And I appreciate your program, of course, and I'm going to look forward to the rest of the calls.
Okay, Chris, well, it's always good to hear from you, and I look forward to talking to you again soon. I hope you have a nice weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. You too. Peace.
Talk
Bye-bye.
to you later. Okay, and I'm going to play a quick clip for you. I got to go check my email. I'll be right back.
In the face of that fury, as well as a class action suit, Robinhood will now resume some limited buying of stocks like GameStop and AMC. The question is, why did they stop the trading? Let's dig into the decision with Robinhood's CEO, Vlad Tenev. Vlad, thank you for joining us.
Chris, thank you for having me. This is surreal for me. I've been watching your show a lot, especially through this past year.
Well, I appreciate it. Look, you know my audience. This is not an investment show, and I don't think it needs to be. I don't really care about your capital commitments, your liquidity, and what was going on the regulatory side. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that. But I want you to address the obvious. This looks like a move by an outfit called Robinhood, which is supposed to be taken from the rich and given to the poor, and doing exactly the opposite. That when the big guys, including one of your main investors in your company, started to lose, you shut down the game to starve the little guy. Fair criticism.
That's not what it is at all. And I know you started this segment. It really resonated with me because you described the story of Robinhood. Robinhood started 5 years ago by pioneering commission-free, no-account minimum mobile investing. And we've been the spokesperson of the individual investor, and our whole goal as an institution is to enable those customers, empower them, and give them access to the markets, because for the longest time, markets have been only accessible to the wealthy. And so the entire industry adopted our business model in 2019. And in 2020, we added millions of new customers. The entire industry added millions of new customers who took advantage of the market rally and became investors for the very first time. So, we had to make a very difficult decision to protect our customers and our firm.
Why?
But we in no way
why?
do anything
Explain why
but
you had to
protect.
do it if it wasn't to protect the guys who had shorted the stocks, which are the big hedge funds. How are you helping the little guy investors?
Well, I know that there's rumors around that, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this. And I want to be 100% clear. This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participants. This
So
is a
why'd you do
Robinhood
it?
decision. Robinhood, as a brokerage, has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearinghouses. The amount of money that we have to put up depends on market volatility, and we're in a historic situation where there's a lot of activity and a lot of buying concentrated in a relatively small number of symbols that are going viral on social media. So we haven't really seen anything like this before. And to prudently manage the risk and the deposit requirements, we had to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. But customers that held them could sell throughout. Thousands of other securities and stocks on our platform were available to freely trade. And our number one priority, as you mentioned, is to make sure our platform is reliable, stable for our customers. We're serving our customers and giving them the tools.
But that's exactly
and
what's in question
We're doing everything
now.
in our power to turn it back on as soon as prudent.
But that's the thing, is that the trust is in question, because it seems like the only people who are getting hurt were the big shots. And that if they were benefiting from this, your small investors now believe that you wouldn't have shut down the game. And just one thing without getting in the weeds here. You don't control the listing venue for GameStop. Now, I used to work in finance, so I know this stuff, but the audience doesn't need to. The New York Stock Exchange does. So if anybody was going to control the listing and shut it down, it should have been them, but it wasn't. It was you. And the reason that they do it is very limited. They do it because they think there's evidence of fraud, or they think that there needs to be a material disclosure by the company that hasn't been made. And that's done to protect the investor. You check none of those boxes here. because you don't control the venue. You didn't know about any information that GameStop or any of these other stocks needed to put out. You don't have any reason to believe there's fraud that you've articulated. And you're certainly not protecting these people who've been living the dream of making money, especially at the expense of the big guys. So why should people believe you did this for the right reasons?
Well, we have no choice. We have to comply with all financial requirements. And
the SEC
regulations.
hasn't said you had to do this.
Well, lots of brokers have to comply with these financial requirements and have issued restrictions on some of these names. And this is an industry-wide thing. You yourself mentioned that other brokers this week have imposed restrictions. And not speaking for other firms, but for Robinhood in particular, this isn't because there's deals happening with market makers we route to or market participants.
But then why did you allow people to keep selling but not buying? The reason that is so troubling to people is that they were making money buying the stock because they were against the short side. And so by enabling them to sell but not buy, it sounds like you were allowing the hedge funds, and again, one of them owns a piece of you, and they had a big short position, and that looks like a stinky conflict that you didn't come out straight on from the start. Address that.
Well, none of that had anything to do with our decision to do this. Again, this was just looking at regulatory requirements, financial requirements, and we 100% will always protect our customers, where the entire business is operating to empower individual investors and has been since its founding. And that's what Robinhood is committed to continue to do. So we don't want to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. We're doing the best we can to re-enable it as long as it's operationally and prudent from a deposit standpoint.
So for you, it's about how much money is in the mix and what you can cover yourself?
Well, it's about us complying with the financial and clearinghouse deposits and regulations.
Then you know what you need? I'll give you some free advice. You need somebody who sets those requirements to come out and say that this is why this happened, because otherwise it smells bad, especially for a place called Robinhood, to have Citadel Securities, your largest customer, investing $2.75 billion to bail out one of the biggest losers in the GameStop short. They both deny, you and Citadel say this wasn't concerted action or anything, but it looks terrible. So you need somebody to justify your decision. Do you think you can do that?
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I'm not going to speak.
Trump won the election. Among the suspects' possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind that he could...
The man's state of mind. That he had a sense of humor. Damn it, we can't have a sense of humor. So that Robinhood guy looked about as full of shit as anybody I've ever seen. Hillary Clinton, he looked as full of shit as anybody I've ever seen. And I thought Cuomo spelled it out pretty good about the hedge fund that was owned by this giant banking finance company, and the finance company had invested heavily into the Robinhood app, and then all of a sudden they were costing this hedge fund billions of dollars, and this company, the finance company that has invested heavily into Robinhood, very connected, and blah, 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 just, it stinks like a fucking crime. And I don't think that Robinhood guy looks very good. I don't think he looks like a trustworthy person at all. And he's not spelling it out, Okay, I'm gonna have a big old puff. This one is for Playground of Sound. Thanks so much for your lovely donation. That was very, very, very nice of you. Very nice. Hooking it up. All right. Let's see. We got a phone caller. Hello, caller.
Hello, Max.
What's up, G?
What's happening? What up, dog, as they say in my city. How you doing, man?
I'm doing. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, it's not bad.
Right on.
You know, just been studying and stuff and.
Yeah, that's good.
A lot of studying. You know, 2 tough classes here, but I'll get through them. Get through them.
You can do it.
You can do it. Bite his fucking knees off. Sorry, I had to switch it around because we got this new coach for the Lions team, and that's what he said in his speech. His introductory press conference. He's like, you know what? This is how I'm going to teach this is how we're going to coach our team. When you try to take ass, we're going to battle. And if you take out and we're going down, we're going to bite your kneecap off. And on the way up, we're going to take the other kneecap out. I'm like, oh, man, this guy, he wants to blow up some knees. All right. But, yeah, he's interesting. But
I'm very, very big on biting. I don't see it enough in the martial arts movies.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, they don't. You don't like that biting stuff in martial arts, which is interesting. You think people would be biting more, but no.
You think there'd be a whole martial art based on it?
It'd be like a bite Kwando or something. Let me do this palm strike, and then I'll bite your arm off. Okay.
Bite your fucking nose off, bitch. You get anywhere near me, I'll bite your fucking nose off. You can count on it. With that fucking needle. You get near me with that fucking needle, I'm gonna bite your fucking nose off.
It's like, did you hear about Bruce Lee's most famous maneuver, the 1-inch bite?
No. But I know all about his 1-inch punch.
I'm making it up.
I know all about his...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of making fun of it, but yeah. But I was listening to the previous caller talk about all these cannabis-related issues, and you know what? I know the underlying problem when it comes to cannabis legalization.
It's freedom issues, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, really. It's the freedom to be able to be intoxicated the way that you feel your body is attuned to, which brings me to the crux of the issue, and that would be big liquor. Big beer, if you will.
Right.
The liquor companies that want complete and absolute monopoly over us getting fucked up. So
it's not okay. So just so you know, it's not just liquor. It's also cigarettes. It's also pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceutical companies are very, very threatened by cannabis.
Yes. A lot of people are. A lot of people own a lot of patents and make a lot of money off of keeping us healthy enough to where we need more.
You're right.
Of their goods. And cannabis breaks that chain, and then they don't get the profit off of our sickness eternally.
Well, they don't maximize their profits, at least.
Yeah, which is the true goal. I mean, look at the whole GameStop thing. You know, they're trying to maximize their profits, and then all these random kids off of Reddit decided to screw with our game of literally betting on companies to lose.
Yeah.
But going back to the cannabis thing, that's what I really feel like. Like there's a consortium of business-related interests that want to make sure that they hold their monopoly on drug use. I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, whether it's pharmaceuticals or intoxicants. They want to tell you what you can take because they're the ones that make the money off of what you can take.
Well, because it's legal for you to take money for you to take their intoxicants, and they don't want any competition.
Exactly.
They don't want that screwed up.
Which is funny because that is. There are flaws with competition, but that's what brings out some of the best in people, you know. And to see them purposely try to stifle competition shows you how desperate they are to keep their power, money, and control.
I think besides the alcohol, the pharmaceuticals, the cigarettes, and really and truly, Big Petroleum is terrified of cannabis becoming legal worldwide. But besides that, I think that the police state, the power that the cops have over people, that's one of the big things that they don't want to give up. They're like, if we give this up, then the people. I just, that's the way I see it. I just see it as that being one of the main decisive factors, is that they want the police to have this power over people. And that's one of the most despicable. That's one of the most despicable things lawmakers do. I just can't stand. That's why I can't stand lawmakers. Is they despise our freedom after taking an oath to protect it. They just despise it and chip away at it every chance they get.
Yeah, because they don't work for us. I mean, they say they work for us. They pretend they work for us, like Elizabeth Warren. But at the end of the day, they all work for the oligarchs. They all prove it when the chips are down and all that fun stuff. They prove that they work for the people that oppress us all and not against them, which is what they should be doing, which is the point of government, is to keep the powerful interests of the world in check through governance of the people. But that's been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
So this is interesting, but yeah, I thought that was curious, and I thought I would add my 2 cents on that subject.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I agree. I mean, there's giant lobbyist money coming from alcohol industry, giant lobbyist money coming from tobacco industry to make sure that marijuana, cannabis stays illegal as much as possible. And,
so I have a proposal about this on how to counter this, and that is, wherever there is a ballot measure, wherever we can possibly do this, we should try to make as much of America as dry as possible. We should ban the sale of liquor. Not because this is the message behind this. Not because I want to get people to stop drinking. I actually don't mind if the people drink, as long as they don't, hit a car full of kids or something. But anyways, so the idea behind this is that the government gets a lot, like local and state governments get a lot of revenue generation from bars and liquor sales. So the point is to take that revenue away from governance, so that way they can understand that they're completely dependent on the liquor sales, and that if we ban the liquor sales, then they would either A, have to restructure their entire tax base in order to make up for that, or B, allow both the sale of liquor and cannabis to be allowed. Where they'll get the revenue, but we need to put a foot down over this.
I get where you're coming from totally. It's just that I can't stand the idea of taking away freedom. Again, that's this thing where I would legalize everything. Make me in charge. I'll legalize everything. And you know why? Because there's consequences to everything. Okay? I don't have to make a penalty on using heroin. There's a fucking penalty attached to using heroin. Okay? So if you're good with that, then who am I to fucking tell you can't fucking do that?
Yeah. Exactly. We should really look at this like the way Portugal does, where it's a human health issue, not a criminal issue. They're not criminals; they're addicted.
Yeah.
They have problems that they're using the drugs or whatever, or liquor, like some people do, or even cheeseburgers. People get addicted to cheeseburgers because they can't handle something, so they just eat cheeseburgers because that fulfills the need that the drugs would also do.
Well, it's not so much that it fulfills it as they're trying to fill a hole inside of them, and that it seems like it fulfills it. It seems like, well, I'm getting a reward, and at least I'm still getting a reward. I'm still getting my cheeseburger. Yeah, but it doesn't. Exactly. It doesn't really. I mean, cannabis is this thing that people desperately need. It's like they need it to be healthy. It's meant. There's a reason that cannabis will grow basically in any environment around the world and can be found, for centuries in every culture used as medicine, because it's meant to be a daily part of our lives, whether we're wearing it as clothing, using it as medicine, or fueling our cars on it. Okay, we've been lied to horribly about this incredibly renewable, resource, and the real problem with the politicians is they know all this shit. They know that cannabis is supposed to be part of us. This is partially why we're unhealthy. And that's what they want, because that's what the pharmaceutical companies want, and that's
because they make money off of our sickness.
Yeah. Right, that's the problem with for-profit medicine, as I've said again and again, is it has an alternative motive than just getting you well. And that's not acceptable.
I agree. That reminds me of a tale from back in my Juggalo days. But this guy, his name was Ill Bill. If you're a Juggalo, you end up having like a wicked clown nickname. So it was Ill Bill. And
What was your wicked clown nickname?
Big Baby Zubas.
Oh, good.
I'm glad. You got Big Baby as money, motherfucker.
Nice.
But I'll sit there and he was breaking down some weed and stuff, and I'm watching him break it down. He's like, "Yeah, this is some good stuff." And he starts eating the seeds. I'm like, "Why are you eating the seeds, dude? That's kind of weird." It's like, out of all the things in the world, the only thing out of all the things in the world, there are 4 essential amino acids that you get out of this weed seed that I eat. And the only time you ever get that is when you're still in the womb of your mother. So I thought that to be interesting, that the seed of the weed plant itself is actually healthy for you and provides you something that you can't find anywhere else in the world. So it's a very unique plant that we're treating like shit because of the fact that we need to profit off of people's sickness and ill health in order to have a better society, or so they say.
Yeah.
Better society for them, I'm sure, but not for thee and you, not for me and you.
Yeah.
But for them, of course. But that's just how it works.
And,
that's why we had the whole Robin Hood thing.
The politicians know this, and that's, again, when I say they despise you, they hate you, they don't want you healthy. Okay, if you were healthy and you're charging the Capitol, oh my God, we got to have a sick society so they can't fucking take the power away from us. They can't take their power back. And we can make money off them. And this is, cannabis is just meant to be a daily part of our lives. Like I said, whether we're wearing it, using it as medicine recreationally, or fueling our cars on it. This is really important. Yeah. Fueling our cars on this incredible renewable resource. Easily renewable resource. It's just so short-sighted the way that and it's all about fucking your world and somebody making a profit off of it, and you should be really upset about it. You should be really upset that people are more than happy to fuck your world, your children's world, and make a profit off it. That should really upset you. Go ahead.
Yeah. In fact, that is a good point. Yeah, you should be pissed off about the way that people exploit us all. They don't look at us as like people. They look at us as way to get money from them. They don't see me as like, oh, this is Michael Zubas. They say, oh, this is a guy that has the ability to make us some money, so that way we could sit there and make money off of his labor or his ability to do this, that, and the other thing. And I don't mind helping people build things. I don't mind helping people do things, but it feels like I'm being taken advantage of as a person, so that way they could pretend that my monetary value matters more than my life, because that's the point of all of that, of the whole like even going back to the Yellow Vest movements in France. The reason why they were so successful is because France has a socialized medicine program where you don't have to worry about like, oh, the cop broke my leg, now I gotta come up with $35,000 just to pay for the surgery.
Yeah.
Not saying that you want the cop to break your leg, but hey, if you are practicing civil disobedience and somebody breaks part of your body, then you're able to get healthy again without having to pay for something that you can't afford. Because after looking into like most of the surgeries, like they had this big old list of like all these different surgeries from Henry Ford Health. And, well, I noticed like the heart transplant is $750,000.
Wow.
So if you need a new heart and you make like less than $100,000 a year, it's going to take you 7 years to even afford that transplant.
It's going to take a lot longer than that, because just because you make $100,000 a year doesn't mean you have $100,000 to pay out for something.
Yeah, I know. I was just throwing raw numbers out there.
Yeah, no,
I'm not adding in the cost of living, but that is a factor.
Yeah, most
because
people.
the cost of living is astronomical in this country.
Well, most people are just
what-
never going to be able to afford that, and again, this is like I keep saying, the for-profit medical industrial complex is not what we should want. Everybody talks about, we have the best medicine in the world. I don't think that's true. Well, and again, a big part of the reason I don't think that's true is because the medical people have an alternative motive. The pharmaceutical companies have an alternative motive, and it's not to get you well.
Yes, exactly.
It's to keep
the
you.
entire point of the majority of our society is to find a way to make more money in the next quarter than in the previous quarter, which is an impossible goal to attain in perpetuity. I mean, yeah, you could probably do it like every now and again, but to have that goal all year, every year, for decade after decade after decade, eventually you're going to stop making things and start taking things from other people, which is, which leads me to the other thing I wanted to talk about, the whole like Robin Hood thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Go ahead.
some managers finally got their just due about all that shit, and I'm so glad. I'm not gonna lie to you, it makes me really happy to see them all freak out over this, because this has been years in the making.
Yeah, it seems like a really good thing to me. I'm really happy, whenever the rich people are freaking out.
Yeah, I love it, because then it just proves that not only that they get punked or owned, if you will, spelt with the PWN, not with the O. If you spell owned like I am right now with the O instead of a P, you're a noob. All right, moving on. So when it comes to like all these guys exploiting all this stuff, and they finally got their just due, and it's beautiful. But we are going to see some backlash. Like people, ironically, like people like Elizabeth Warren already talking about how they need to figure out how to stop people like the group of people in Reddit from doing what they did, like as if that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like as if the problem is the people on Reddit and not the hedge fund managers that exploited the position of, that literally bet on GameStop to fail as a business. That's not the problem. It's Reddit people exposing them. That's the problem.
Yeah. I agree. I think
you're gonna be hearing a lot of that.
I think that's. I think that's that. I don't understand why they have a bet like that. You could bet against a company. Doing good business. That seems like it's horrible for the economy. I mean, unless you're rich and you got plenty of money to fucking play on the stock market, then you can fucking do it. But it's just not good for anybody. Go ahead, except the rich.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But that's how some people have made their money.
Well,
Specifically,
but again,
namely Mitt Romney. I mean, he spent decades using Bain Capital to short sell, which basically means I expect this company to fail, and make money off of companies failing all over the country.
Yeah.
For at least from the year I was born in '84 to the late '90s, early 2000s, when he finally stopped and decided, I'm going to be like my dad, be a politician.
Yeah, I think it's I don't think it should be allowed, honestly. I think it's like a casino bet, and why are we having casino bets in the stock market? I mean, you go and you invest in a company that you think will do well. That should be what the market is about. Any other bullshit.
That's the point of the stock market.
Yeah, any other bullshit is just game playing, and it only works for those people that have a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a rigged game. They turned the stock market into a rigged game for them.
Yeah.
Hence why GameStop they suddenly had to stop people from buying and selling GameStop, because they needed the price to crash so that way they could go, okay, now we can get our money out of there and then pretend this never happened.
Yeah.
So that was the real goal of all that stuff. But I like it because it exposes the game they've been playing. The Mitt Romney game, I'm going to label it as, because as far as I'm concerned, he's the poster child of all this bullshit that's been going on.
Yeah, I love it. I think that I again, I just think that these people that are playing these games, these gambling bets in the casino at the Wall Street. I don't think they're doing anybody. I don't think they're benefiting anyone but themselves. If you're investing in a company that you believe is a good company, then I think that does good. I think that's one of those things that you can build a company, you can make it a great company. Look what they did with the GameStop. I'm hearing people talking about not wanting to buy games digitally anymore, so they can make the GameStop go up even more, because they're going to buy all their games at fucking hard copies now.
Which I don't blame them, because, if you read the terms of service of a lot of these digital distributions, as soon as you lose your account, you lose the games, too. So,
oh, that sucked, man.
Yeah, I've got about 150 games on my Steam account, and if I ever get banned from my Steam account, it's over. I pretty much threw away like $1,000, $2,000 over the past 5-10 years.
No more video games for you.
Well, no, I just don't play multiplayer and get banned on Counter-Strike like an idiot, I was trying to hack a server. Let me just put up the game hack, because I don't know how to shoot, okay? And no, I'm not doing that. So I just play single player. But yeah, I'm just, that's what I liked about that back in the day. So I still got my old copy of Command and Conquer: The First Decade just chilling there. I still use that ISO. I turned my DVD into ISO to make it quicker. But
yeah, the only game I play...
still got the physical copy.
The only game I play is, which I haven't played for quite a while, but the only game I really like playing is the very first edition of Halo. I love I just love the campaign on that.
It's a really fun campaign.
Yeah, it's just beautiful too. It's like, honestly, I grew up playing pinball machines, and I love playing pinball machines, and I was very good at it. And when video games came out, I did not see the appeal at all. I didn't think I would ever enjoy a video game the way that I enjoy the Halo. The Halo is quite amazing to me.
Yeah, that was a very well done game.
Yeah,
very well done. Bungie did a great job with that. Microsoft are very smart to make that basically the way that they would use that game to up the platform of the Xbox. It was pretty smart.
Yeah.
They're trying to do the same thing again with like Bethesda and all these other studios that they're buying up to help boost the new Xbox that they got coming out. With games. It makes sense, but yeah, that game was beautiful. I love that game. I like the second one a little bit too, because you got the dual wielding.
I like most of them. I just
the whole series is nice. I still haven't played most of them.
Yeah.
I haven't played past 3.
Yeah, I like the ODST. I think is the one after 3, and I really enjoy the fuck out of the game. Once it went from Bungie to the 343 Studios, I think that there was something lost. They really changed the game when they took it over. But again,
that's true.
I just really but after all those games, I went through them and played them. And we did an online thing with people, and it would start to like they'd stop doing the game 2, and then they do the game 3, and after I just always come back to that first campaign. I can drop into that campaign anywhere and just am so happy to be playing. It's just like so much fun.
It is really fun. I used to really enjoy the multiplayer too. Like classic, like capture the flag, and then I go out there and I just hop in the Warthog and just start
manslaughter. Man.
It was awesome.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I would pull up and this guy's got I remember this game still off the top of my head. I got in the Warthog and I start doing my thing, and then I saw the guy with the flag, and I pull up and I start typing across, damn it. And then he got in there, he's got the flag, and they're sitting there, and half the red team's trying to blow my freaking Warthog up, and I'm driving around, and I get there right at the last second, but they blow up the Warthog, and as the Warthog's blowing up, the other guy gets out and runs the flag in there for the win. I'm like, yeah, I did it.
It
So
was
that
great.
was fun.
It was always so much fun. I love driving that
Yeah.
warthog around, and I don't like shooting so much, but man, I love driving that warthog.
Oh yeah, me too. I'll let somebody else shoot. You
Yeah.
know, I could drive that because the way they made the controls of the vehicles in that game
Yeah.
was really intriguing. I mean, it was good on the keyboard, but then you play it on the controller. It's like, this is so smooth. You know?
I never really understood playing it on. I don't understand because again, I just started with that game basically, and
Yeah, I understand.
it was that you can feel the vibration when you shoot the guns and stuff. I don't understand playing it on the keyboard. It's just like the sensation loss there seems like it's huge. You know.
I understand that. I just grew up on it. I mean, my first video game I ever played was Wolfenstein 3D.
Yeah.
I was like 8 years old, sitting there on a keyboard and mouse, killing Nazis
Right.
before Windows was even made. So,
Yeah.
you know, I was used to the keyboard and mouse. I always have been. It's
Right.
my preferred way. But I do like controllers too. Like the Steam controller is really nice. They don't make it anymore, but it's really nice. And
yeah.
it's got this touchpad, and I get the feeling that something like that might end up on controllers in the future, where they got a whole they got two little touchpads, and you can literally customize it to anything you want. Like you can have the one touchpad pretend it's a mouse, while the other one does like 4 buttons that you usually associate with like X, Y, A, B.
That sounds
or
awesome. Yeah.
yeah, it's really cool. Really cool.
But you know, it's just this sensation thing. I'm so surprised by, you know, how much how engrossed you get by that game. Like I said, I always played in a office chair, and you know, a grenade would land at my feet, and I'd push the office chair across the room. You know, or when you when you shoot the sniper rifle, it's like it's almost like you can feel it bucking your shoulder. You know.
Yeah. The way that the extra polish that they put on that game is what really makes it stand out and stand the test of time, if you will, when it comes to compare to other games where they didn't spend the time to go through all the stuff that they would usually do to make the game truly a complete and well-running game at launch.
Yeah.
Which doesn't even happen anymore. I mean, they don't even, quality. You go to like Electronic Arts, and then you ask them, hey, where's the quality assurance department? Quality assurance? What's that? You know,
Funny.
Nowadays. So you miss those kinds of games. But at least having, like, the way they remade the game, I love. You know, it looks awesome in HD, the remake and all that. I think we talked about that before.
Yeah.
But
It's really fun.
yeah. Those games overall, the Halo series is really good.
Yeah.
And it's just fun, you know, because the storyline's great, where it's like, 1,000 years in the future, we developed this guy, and he kicks everybody down.
You know what else I really like about it was it wasn't shooting at people. You know, okay, so like when the first Grand Theft Auto came out, right? I was making television at the time, a public access here in Seattle, and under the name of Mike Hunt, right? And one of my fans came to me. They were sending me pictures. She was a porn star, and she was sending me pictures and stuff for weeks, if not months, before I actually met her. And she was like, she's like, oh, you got to meet my boyfriend. And her boyfriend was like, oh, you got to see this game, this Grand Theft Auto game, right? And he pulls up this Grand Theft Auto game, which, you know, was brand new. It just came out. And he's like shooting. He like, the first thing he does is he walks up to a little old lady carrying groceries and pulls a bat out of his fucking coat and just starts wailing on her with a baseball bat, right? And then he goes into another spot and he takes a sniper rifle and he starts blowing people's heads off and blowing people's arms off, right? And he's like, dude, you got to try this. And I'm like, fuck you. I don't want anything to do with that. And but blowing up, you know, fucking flea stacks and shit like that, grunts or whatever you call them, you know, that's not killing humans. I don't have a problem with that. It's not blowing people's head. It's not beating up old ladies with a baseball bat, you know.
That's the thing with GTA. It's all right, but the sandbox element allows for some things, like.
But let me finish my story. Let me finish my story. The guy he's showing me this, and he's showing me this game. It's like, this is an amazing game, and he's showing me that you can steal cars. And then he goes, he's like, I'm like, okay, I've seen enough. And he's like, hey, no, you gotta check this out. And he gets in, he steals a car, and then you can change the radio stations on the cars, right? And he tunes it to a radio station, and the disc jockey's name is Michael Hunt, right? And I'm like, finally immortalized properly in the most violent video game of all time. I am a golden god.
That is hilarious.
So, and that's what he really wanted me to see, but I just that video game scared the shit out of me, dude.
Actually, I used to really like those games back in the day.
Well,
but that's because they grew up with all that violence stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, my first video game I ever played, I was killing Nazis. So, But that's why Halo is interesting, because you're not killing other humans. There's a hostile alien species.
I guarantee
that's coming in to fuck us up.
I guarantee you, I would not have ever played it if it was fighting other humans.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing, man. I mean, and again, I like playing the head to head. I don't mind taking out Master Chief, but he is not quite human,
Yeah, he's beyond there. He's like Doom guy, but
yeah, he's not quite. He's not quite. I mean, they don't. When the Master Chiefs, when there's not war going on, they keep the Master Chiefs in stasis, and they do that because it's not safe having them walk around, so they're not human, Because they're going to grab somebody by the face and crush their fucking skull,
Yeah, exactly.
I always loved about the
stuff going on.
Yeah, I always loved about the Master Chief, the Halo, is when you come across a group of Marines, right? And they'd see like a Master Chief for the first time, they'd be like, holy shit, you guys seeing this shit, I was always like, that's what my dog's like when he goes to the doggy park, before he got his accident.
Oh my God, there's other dogs.
No, it's not that. It's he had his balls, and he'd walk around and they'd be like, but all the other dogs would be like, oh my God, I never seen one of those before,
Like, wait a minute, I gotta talk to my owner about this. Or no, I gotta talk to my human. He made some mistakes.
Something's weird. But it was always weird. That's what I'm saying, is that he would walk into the doggy park and it's like all the other dogs instantly knew he was there, I always loved that.
Yeah. Your dog was the alpha dog.
Well, he's the Boo Bear. It wasn't that he was alpha. It's really weird because other dogs would other dogs would come up to him, "What's up, Boo Bear?" Other dogs would come up to him and and they'd be all growly. They get mad because he had his balls, and he'd be like, "Whatever," and just walk away, And I always thought that was just amazing that's who he was. You're my beautiful baby, Boo Bear. You are.
Oh, Boo Bear. Aw. Was he golden retriever?
His mom was a black lab. That's all I know for sure.
Oh.
He's a reservation dog, so those dogs get around.
Okay, all right. I only had like one dog. Well, my family had a dog when I was a kid. We had a husky, and she was all right. She was a lovely dog. I miss her to this day. She only barked twice in her entire life.
Yeah.
One time, I don't remember the other time, but I remember the one time was because my neighbor dressed up as a cow for Halloween and came up and she just started to sound like, you ever seen that show Rocko's Modern Life?
Yeah.
She sounded just like Spunky. She's like, I'm like, holy shit, we got Spunky. We got the Spunky guy.
That would be hilarious coming out of a husky. I think that's most likely what Rufus and his sister's father was with a husky, but I'm not positive. Whenever there's sled dogs on television, there's always one that looks just like Rufus. And his sister has these husky colors, like the huskies come in this like red color, and she has that red color kind of thing. It's like a sable thing. It's very pretty, and people are always asking if he's a husky. So I think his dad was probably a husky.
Interesting. When I was a kid, also, my neighbor had a half husky, half wolf, which is interesting. So, like, every time there's a full moon, man, you heard that sucker going.
Wow.
All night. Oh,
Whenever there's
oh my gosh.
Whenever,
I'm 6 years old, like, will you please stop?
whenever,
Yelling out my window.
whenever there's a siren, you know, whoop 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 whoop, whoop 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 whoop. He always gets going when there's a siren. Whoop whoop whoop.
Yeah.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Dog's doing the best cop car impression.
He's a funny boober.
Definitely. All right, man. I've probably talked you and the people's heads off enough. So
It's always good to hear from you, Z. You should call more often.
Yeah, I gotta try to call more often. I'm pretty busy because of the stupid school thing. But once I'm done with this, I'll get a couple weeks off in May, and then I'll definitely call a little bit more.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hey, is ICP still together?
Yeah, they're still together. I don't really pay attention to them as much as I used to.
Are they?
They had a split up a couple years ago with their protege group, and it's just been nasty. Then it was weird. Like as soon as because they had a music video where they were where they like used Lil Wayne songs beat. Remember, like it was at 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot, or whatever. So they covered it, but they had in the music video some guy whose face was blurred out. And I was like, who the hell is that guy? I look up, he's a registered pedophile. They're like, oh, great. So they're having a freaking pedophiles in their music videos now. And, oh, man. It was weird. It turned out to be a whole diss song towards them, and I'm like, wow, are these guys really saying this shit over this? So, you know, until they squash their beef with Twisted, I'm letting ICP be ICP.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like they're squashing their beef anytime soon, so I'm gonna let ICP be ICP. I'll listen to their old shit, yeah, but I'm
Riddlebox, baby.
Oh yeah. Riddlebox. That was a good album too. And
I think they should make honestly they should make a fucking like a stage play out of that video, out of that album. I think that would make a really, really good like theatrical kind of thing.
That'd be interesting. It reminds me of one year when Violent J had a singles album called Wizard of the Hood, which is like he took a song from his first CD, or from their first CD, Carnival of Carnage, which was titled Wizard of the Hood, and made an entire CD out of it, like 7 or 8 tracks. And this is basically like Wizards of the Oz, but it's all hood style. Like he's sitting there smoking weed, and then like the Scarecrow wants a homie to smoke with, so you know.
Doesn't everybody?
And all like. Yeah, everybody does their own little rap parts and stuff. It's a really good CD. They had a limited edition with it, and when you bought the limited edition in the 10, you open it up, there's a CD, some zigzags, and I think a lighter. So all you need to do is back the weed.
Nice. We got you covered.
That was cool. That was back in the mid-2000s. Those were, like, from the late 90s till about 2006, 2007, that is like the golden age of Detroit rap right there. Because that was when the beef was happening between ICP and Eminem really big. But then they finally squashed it. But that was when they were like, everybody was hitting all these good tracks, and there was good songs. And,
yeah.
You know, everybody had their own vision.
If you want to compete against somebody, Eminem, Slim Shady seems like a good way to go. I mean, that's gonna step things up a notch, you know.
Well, that was just a long, like probably about at least a decade's long beef that was brewing between them from before Eminem.
That's the thing. That's the thing where he's like saying you claim Detroit and all this shit, right?
Yeah. They both claim Detroit, but in the end, we're all Detroiters in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're from the city, so you know everybody's a part of the city, and they all bring in their own unique experience to it. You know, I listen to both Eminem and ICP. Yeah. Because if you're from Detroit and you rock Detroit, I will rock with you. I will roll with you.
Yeah, of course.
That's what we do. That's what we do in this city. We stick together.
It's good music is good music, man.
Yeah, exactly. Detroit rap has been pretty damn good over the past few decades. And there's a lot of other stuff too, like electronic. There's even they even have the Downtown Hoedown, which has got really good country bands from up north a little bit. So I mean, music and Detroit go hand in hand.
Right on. So, yeah.
So yeah, so I just, Yeah, I appreciate that, man. But yeah, I'll definitely give you a call sooner or later.
I know you
If
will.
Not now, later.
I'm just letting you know it's always good to hear from you.
Well, I appreciate that, Moxie. You keep having that.
Yeah.
Moxie.
Yeah.
Because you got the moxiness. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like make a play on words, but didn't work out too well. I'll think about it later.
All right, Z.
Yeah, it was good from hearing from you too. So you be safe, and I'll catch you later. Okay.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Stay
All right,
cool.
talk to you soon.
Stay cool.
You too. I'm going to. I'm in the D.
All right. See ya.
It's a cold in the D. Be safe.
I hear you. It's cold in December. I used to have a.
No, it's an old song.
Yeah.
It's from like this. I forgot the name of the chick, but she's like, "It's so cold in the D."
No, I had
How the fuck we supposed to keep Pete or something?
no. When I was doing my public access television show under the name of Mike Hunt, I had one of the regular girls that we had on for a while was named December, and her email was cold in December. So
I get it.
And then I'll tell you something, that's not far off. So, anyways, good to hear from you, Z.
Yeah, good to hear from you too.
All right, stay cool, bro.
You be safe. You too. Be safe. Bye-bye.
All right, that's Baby Zebus, little Baby Zebus. I am going to play a quick video for you guys, and I'll be right back. This is about the future of the Republican Party.
FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information on the suspect who placed pipe bombs in Washington, D.C. the night before the Capitol riot. Agents released these new images. They say the person put one bomb outside the RNC headquarters and another outside the DNC headquarters. Police found the explosives before they went off. It's not clear whether those pipe bombs had anything to do with the Capitol riot.
A federal judge indicted 2 members of the Proud Boys today on several charges, including conspiring to obstruct law enforcement. Court documents say Dominic Pizzola destroyed police barricades on the day of the riot, and he's also accused of stealing an officer's riot shield. Investigators say William Pepp helped Pizzola. They say they have pictures of both inside the Capitol, and they've identified him as a transit worker who used sick time to attend the riot. A rabbi from Florida faces charges for his alleged role in the Capitol riot. Michael Stepikoff appeared in court today. A DOJ criminal complaint says he entered the Capitol on the day of the riot and then took pictures of himself inside. He is charged with a list of crimes, including violent entry. A man from Detroit is also charged after investigators say he hit police officers with a hockey stick at the riot. They say they have video of Michael Foy assaulting an officer who was on the ground at the time. An attorney for Foy says his client brought the hockey stick to use as a makeshift flagpole. A judge denied Foy's request for bond earlier this week, and police arrested the former Marine last week. And 2 brothers from Montana are accused of chasing a Capitol police officer and other crimes during the attack. Authorities say Joshua and Jared Hughes were among the first people to breach the Capitol. Charges against them include destroying property. According to a criminal complaint, the men turned themselves in just days after the riot.
Since the Capitol insurrection and after President Trump left office, Americans from both parties are considering what lies ahead for the GOP. News Nation's national political correspondent Dean Reynolds live for us in the newsroom tonight with that. Dean?
Joe, twice impeached, beaten in the election, and silenced by Twitter, Donald Trump still appears to have a gravitational pull on his party. If there is a Republican civil war, the former president and his supporters appear to be winning it. How else to explain House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's rather chummy visit this week at Mar-a-Lago, just days after he said this?
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding.
There's also Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's abrupt switch from blaming Mr. Trump for provoking that January 6th riot at the Capitol to later supporting the idea an impeachment trial for doing that is unconstitutional. So the window to a new post-Trump direction for the GOP appears to be closing. One reason, says Republican strategist Kenny Cunningham, is that many of the party faithful appreciate the Trump record and respect what's called Trumpism.
There's a lot of people within the Republican Party that have opinions about Trump, good and bad. But what people in Republican circles will tell you is he was strong on the issues, and he accomplished a lot for conservatives, for Republicans. This former president won 75 million votes. And so you can't say that he is an unpopular president if you're looking at the grand scheme or the total collective population.
Keep in mind that 147 Republican House members voted earlier this month to overturn the election results, even after hearing Mr. Trump's remarks on that day and even after the riot itself. Yet now it's the 10 who voted to impeach Mr. Trump, including the third-ranking Republican in the House, Liz Cheney, who are being vilified by some of their colleagues and who may draw primary challengers. And even if you concede Mr. Trump lost the election, many Republicans are standing with him now because they believe he was and still is being treated unfairly.
So I saw the treatment that the media had towards Trump and how it was just it seemed always negative. And then especially if you contrast it now with the last week and you look at the kind of questions that now President Biden is getting, I mean, it's a day and night difference.
But others point out that no matter how many votes Mr. Trump won, he still lost, and that Trump adherents who further the stolen election narrative, such as Georgia's Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, are alienating a broad swath of the electorate.
Now, all of this GOP infighting is happening while the Democrats have been spending time and money registering voters for coming elections. Their success was undeniable last November. Look at Georgia and Arizona. Both states were once considered sure things for Republicans, but both went for Joe Biden, and both now have 2 Democratic senators. Joe?
Dean, thanks. The GOP stand.
I got a bong hit to take. Alrighty, so that's nice. And it's so weird again to hear these people defending Liz Cheney. You know, I don't know what kind of a person defends Liz Cheney. You know, it's very, very strange. She's as horrible a human being as it gets, and I see all kinds of people on the left and the right defending her like crazy. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox.
What's up, G?
Hey, this is Saul.
Hey, Saul. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
It's all good.
Hey, it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Hey, I wanted to talk about the stock market and the GameStop fiasco.
Right on. That seems to be a very hot topic today.
Well, it is the first time it's ever happened in human history, really.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see the people. Again, this is something I say again and again, is that when the people come together, they have all the power. Boo Bear, stop. No, stop. Good boy. Hello, Saul?
Yeah, so what do you think about them wanting to restructure the entire market after all this happened, but yet back when Corona started and everyone in Congress sold off their stock for profit because of coronavirus information that the public wasn't aware of? I mean, how do you feel about them not wanting to restructure the market or regulate it then, but they want to regulate it now that some college kids on Reddit have fucked up the market?
I think it shows exactly what I keep saying, who the real enemy is. You know, they despise your freedom. They despise the idea of us coming together, and they're only here to protect and report to the rich. You know, what the rich want is what is the law of the land. That's what I see from this.
Yeah, exactly. Mox, I mean, this is a little bit off topic, but would you take offense if I said that you slightly remind me of Dumbledore?
No, people make comments like that regularly. It's cool. It's not a problem. I feel like I look like a human. You know, I see people walking around with cop haircuts and shaved, from head to toe, and I feel like they look like somebody who needs psychological help. But that's just me.
Well, Mox, honestly, have you seen the Abercrombie and Fitch catalogs?
No.
Well, I think you should be in them, honestly.
Right on. Well, that's very nice of you to say.
But yeah, with the stock market and everything, I don't know. Have you heard of Wall Street Bets before all this happened?
No, I wasn't familiar with. Is that the Reddit page?
Yeah, I've been in the Reddit since June. I was ahead of the curve with all of it.
Oh, I've been posting to Reddit for the last 15, 17 years, but I mean, I didn't know about Wall Street Bets page.
Okay, so Reddit's been around as long as Facebook has, and you've been on it?
Yeah, Reddit's been around for at least 15 years.
Well, I guess you beat me to Reddit because I didn't know Reddit was around that long.
Yeah.
Well, you want to know what I did earlier, Mox?
What's that, bro?
So I was following the stock market. I was following everything that's been going on, and you know how you do dabs for donations?
Uh-huh.
So I was doing dabs, right? And I got the notification from CNBC that because of the GameStop and the AMC and the retail Reddit revolution, that the Dow Jones was down at least 600 points today. And the news shocked me so bad that I burned my hand on the banger while I was hitting a dab for donation.
I hate that. It always makes me jump. I'm always afraid I'm going to break my glass when I do that because I jump. You know what I mean? It kind of it's unexpected, and then it's very hot. Like, fuck! I'm always worried I'm going to break my glass.
Yeah, I have a blister on my knuckle. So if you really break it down, you can really put that the Reddit revolution of the stock market caused me physical pain.
Well, I think it caused a lot of people physical pain, dude.
How much do you think the hedge funds in total ended up losing because of all of this?
I don't really know. I mean, I heard billions of dollars, but I don't know how much exactly.
Do you think the hedge funds support the Black Lives Matter movement?
I think there's a lot of people in hedge funds, and I think that a lot of people do a lot of virtue signaling, and I think that that's probably almost mandatory these days.
Well, whether or not the hedge funds support Black Lives Matter because it's good for business or not, I support the Black Lives Matter.
Well, good. That's really good. I think everyone should support the Black Lives Matter. Everyone should support people that are fighting for justice because they're fighting for all of us, and it's not an easy thing to do. Even if it just says Black Lives, we're really fighting for everyone. Because if you improve the community, that's the community that you live in. It doesn't matter if it's, for the black people, you improve the community. You improved the community that you live in. You now live in a better community. How can that be a bad thing?
All right, Mox, I know I've gone off topic with the stocks, but personally, do you support the Black Lives Matter?
I support... I just got done saying that I think people fighting for justice, those people are fighting for justice. Of course I support them. Hello?
Joe Biden.
What's that?
Do you support Joe Biden
also? No, Joe
Matter?
Biden is not fighting for justice. Joe Biden is not fighting for freedom. Joe Biden hates freedom. Okay, Joe Biden created the Biden crime bill, and now he's fucking having to virtue signal how much he loves black lives because he put so many fucking black people in prison for their entire life with his bullshit fucking drug war that he has to convince them that no, he's one of the good ones.
So would you say that Joe Biden, do you think he hates black people then?
No, I think Joe Biden loves power and that Joe Biden would do anything for power.
Well, that's really unfortunate, but with the hedge funds going over, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see some of them going bankrupt.
I love to see, I don't like that that bet. I don't like that Wall Street bet where it's like, you're betting on a company to fail. I don't think I don't think that's good for anyone. So I'm really glad to see people who were doing this bet that I think shouldn't be allowed get fucked over.
What do you think Joe Biden, do you think he has intimate relations with Kamala Harris? And I'm very serious.
I think Joe Biden is a horrible piece of shit. I think Kamala Harris is a horrible piece of shit. And the last thing I want to think about if for either one of them is that. Okay, I don't even want to think about it. This is just the idea of them naked. It fucking makes me want to vomit till I die.
Well, it honestly mocks me too. I mean, I don't like to think about it either, but this is the world we live in now. They have the Oval Office to themselves. They have.
It doesn't matter. It couldn't matter less. It couldn't matter less if they're having sex. It couldn't matter less. So it's not the world we live in. The world we live in is where things matter. Them having sex is completely irrelevant.
Well, Mox, I mean, don't take offense when I say this, but you look like you might be a cyberbully towards the Biden and Kamala Harris supporters. Do you attack them online at all, or do you just?
I don't attack anyone online. I do this online. Okay, I don't go on Facebook and fucking make comments. You can go and look. I mean, if it says any comments on Facebook that I've made, they weren't made by me. I guarantee it. It was made by someone else thinking they were managing my Facebook.
No, 100%. I absolutely admire that. I think the division it's too far in America. We need people to stop attacking each other. I admire it.
Yeah, I care about the working class. If you want to know what the people I don't like the rich. The reason I don't like the rich is because if the rich wanted this country to be better for the poor people, this country would be better for the poor people. The rich don't want that. So I don't like the rich, and I'd love to see them fucked over.
Yeah. And so, Mox, I found you last January, and I think I watched you till about maybe May. And I was just wondering, in between May and now, have you happened to have contracted COVID-19 as far as you're aware of? I just wanted to check on how you're doing.
No, dude, I've been going to see 2 different doctors for the past 2 months, and no, I just had a ton of blood work done, and no, I don't have the COVID. I've never had the COVID.
What about ingrown hairs? Because I saw some.
Yeah, I don't know.
More likely to get ingrown hairs than they are COVID.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about ingrown hairs. I don't have issues like that as far as I know.
So if the government treated ingrown hairs as they treat coronavirus, because I saw a study that ingrown hairs are more common than COVID-19. Would we have a vaccine for ingrown hairs by now that made it where you could not grow ingrown hairs?
It depends on how scary they can make ingrown hairs. If they can make it so that ingrown hairs could kill you, then yeah, they'd make a vaccine for it. What, are you new?
Wait, what was that, Mark? Sorry.
I said, what, are you new? Saul?
No, okay, Mark. So, Mark, I'm sorry, I'm cutting out. I live in Albuquerque.
And the money.
Okay.
Mock?
Yeah. Okay, Saul, I'm going to go. We got some other callers. Thanks a lot for holding. I'm sorry you had to hold so long.
Mock.
Make it quick.
Okay, sorry. I hear you now. I hear you now. I also wanted to talk about cannabis. I heard the last caller talking about cannabis, and I think I heard him say something that liquor shouldn't be legal.
He said he wanted to outlaw alcohol because to make it equal footing with cannabis. That was his idea. He said in states where cannabis is illegal, they should make alcohol illegal too.
Well, personally, I think liquor is great.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't want to see people's freedom taken away. If that's the way, if you want to use the world's #1 date rape drug as a way to get high, good for you. I don't care.
Do you personally consume liquor of any kind?
Not at all for the last 25 years. I can't handle it. If I had 2 shots of vodka, I would be on the ground, on my knees, trying to hold on to something so that I don't fall off the earth. It's a horrible drug.
Well, personally, I'm boozling even when I'm sober. I do not even need a Jigga.
Good for you, man. I don't either. I'm permafried.
Do you know what a Jigga is?
No.
Would you like to know?
No.
Well, Jigga was a term coined in, I think, the late 20th century. Essentially, it means ecstasy, and Jigga is like a form of ecstasy, kind of.
Right on. Well, keep it up. Keep up the good work, Saul. Call back soon. All right, so we got another caller, and I'm having trouble communicating with Saul there. He doesn't seem to really be hearing what I'm saying so much, so... and Craig's like, we got more callers. That guy's a troll. I don't know that he was a troll, but I figure we'll go ahead and take another caller. He was on hold a long time, so I wanted to give him a chance to say what he wanted to say. Hello, caller.
Mob, it's Brandon. What's up, man?
Hey, Brandon, it's good to hear from you, my brother. How are you?
Oh, yeah. I'm Googling ingrown hairs now. Nah, man. Hey, but on a serious note, that is good that the little guys are sticking up for a lot of the little guys, right? But it's going to be really interesting with what government does.
Yeah.
Because it's like me and my wife, we was talking about it today, right? And I'm like, listen, there's few things that people in like situations cannot do. One is the police cannot police up the police, right? The governor, the politicians are not going to police up the politicians. The wealthy's not going to police up them. You can go on and on.
Sure, but that's the way it seems. That's the way it seems that things are, though, really, right, Brandon?
Yeah, and it's wrong. Well, you know what? Well, the police have to police up the police. I believe that's relevant and important, and so is the government. But also, like Black Lives Matter, they got to police up themselves. White people got to deal with white supremacy, or whatever the case. We just have a hard time as human beings trying to police up ourselves. Because for one, we want to be around people that typically we look like, or we have the same ideology or beliefs or whatever. But what I want to ask you was, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad you think this shit can really get with this Donald Trump QAnon type shit, and how these Republicans and Democrats are just fucked up right now?
Well, what do you mean about how bad can it get? How?
Meaning civil unrest.
Oh,
like on a scale of 1 to 10.
I think the people are pretty much tranquilized. I think the masses are well tranquilized. They're not going to get up out of their armchairs and go march in the street. we've had lots and lots of reasons to go and march in the street, and the people just sit on their asses. So, like when Occupy happened, that was to me one of the most beautiful things I'd ever seen, because the protesters went into the streets, right, and they stayed there. They didn't go home and then come back next weekend. They went out in the street and they stayed there, and they said, "No, fucking hear us. Hey, hear us, motherfuckers." And they, for a year, they stayed in the streets, you know. And I love that. But I don't. But again, it was this teeny tiny part of the population.
Yeah, and you kind of see that, like with it's funny how everybody bitch about China with COVID or taking advantage of the situation, but at the end of the day, it's American shareholders who we want to hire profit. You know what I'm saying? So, and if people really wanted to make a stance this holiday season, where I'm assuming everybody lost money except for the very wealthy people, just don't buy no products made in China. But we couldn't do that, could we? You know, so it's not like we really want to do anything for America and just in general. The cops don't want to get better. The politicians don't want to get better. Hell, we don't want to treat each other better, you know, and we don't even want to create jobs in this country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
no, I hear it. I hear you. There, I mean, it would be. They try and act like creating jobs is so difficult. It would be incredibly simple for the government to create jobs. You legalize cannabis nationwide, you're going to create 5 million jobs in 2 years.
Yeah, and it's funny how like a distribution company like Amazon pretty much is what it is, minus its, you know, it's web services and it's, you know, it's TV channel or whatever, right? It's pretty much a distribution company.
Yeah.
And they don't pay any taxes and they don't manufacture shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if all these companies are saying that it costs too much money to make shit in America for American jobs, right? Then why is a distribution company not paying taxes at all?
Yeah.
You know, and creating, thousands and thousands of jobs. I think Amazon hired last year over 400,000 people worldwide.
I'm pretty sure.
You know,
I'm pretty sure. I heard a larger number. I heard a larger number than that. But yeah, they're definitely a job creator.
Yeah, and and so this whole thing was like, well, we gotta just cut all the fucking taxes, but yet, every time we do anything in this country, the federal government has to pay for it. So it has to write a check to somebody. That's why you have all this crazy shit on them damn tax bills. Because something's got to be done, or some company's got to have a contract, blah, 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 blah. But I would just like to know, when is this? What's going to be that's going to break the camel's straw? You know what I'm saying? So either where it gets fucking nuts, or either everyone just says, okay, pause, we got to look at everything all over again. Including the Constitution, maybe.
Yeah, I
add more amendments.
I think that we got to clean house with these politicians, Brandon. These politicians are just, they're criminals and they're doing crimes on a daily basis, and they think they're untouchable, and they just keep chipping away at our freedom every chance they get. And I've had enough. I want the people to be. It's not just freedom. The freedom is what will allow this species to evolve to its maximum potential. If you repress the freedom of the people, then you repress the evolution of the species. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's like we forgot about the Bill of Rights. Which is entitled to every man. But yet, you have so much just total control, to where, like, say someone like Josh Hawley, because I live in Missouri, is like 41 years old, and he wants to be president, and he's going to, do what he did if people agree or disagree. But you have that much ambition to, you know, try to stick it to half the country just so one day you can be daddy. You know, I mean, all these fucking politicians are like that. You know, let me ask you this, Mike. Do you have like a favorite politician?
No, not anymore. Really sad. I used to like Ron Paul. You know, Ron Paul made a speech on the floor of the House of Representatives, and it started off. He made this one speech. It started off, "What if the government is lying to you about the events of September 11th?" You know, and I'm like, that guy is talking for the people. The rest of them, I just don't see anybody talking for the people. This person that they're bad mouthing on the you know, this Green person, Congresswoman Green, that I hear being vilified everywhere. She said, I played a video of her the other night saying there's no evidence.
No evidence of
Yeah,
the plane
right.
hitting the Pentagon.
I mean, that seems like somebody who's talking for the people to me, and anybody that's like that, they do their best to shut them down.
Yeah, well, but to be honest, if she was that fucking extreme as people are making her out to be, the GOP would have never allowed her to get in that position.
You would think.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think she's just a grifter. You know,
That's how I see all of them, Brandon.
Yeah. Well. Now, you know, I don't think. I think the younger ones, like we had the one, Matt Gaetz in Florida that flew to Wyoming.
Yeah.
And did like a pep rally about Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
All them motherfuckers are corrupt.
Yeah.
Like I heard you was talking about Biden, you know, him signing that bill to put a lot of black people, you know, in jail. Guess what, Mike? Everybody signed the fucking bill.
Yeah.
Period.
Well,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree with that. You know, it's like going to a war in Iraq. You know, everybody fucking marched in step to go to war to Iraq. I get you.
Yeah, and that's where hopefully, I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, but maybe our children can take the blinders off and really see for what it is. Because I give credit to that kid from Parkland. You know, that Marjorie Green, whatever, it's like followed.
David Hogue.
Or whatever.
David Hogue.
Yeah. And
you give credit to him.
why
Give credit to him how?
Well, because he was on the Bill Maher show, you know, and another classmate. Maybe a year after that happened, right?
Right.
And Bill Maher asked both him and his classmate about the environment. And pretty much what they said was, like, we're going to have to fix it, and we're up for the challenge. In a nutshell, that's what he said. But he said it real sarcastic to give it to the FU, to his grandparents' age.
Yeah.
Because if you really look at who fucked everybody over, and a lot of people would disagree with me, but you got to look at the policies. It was the greatest generation. Because they got it all. You know, yes, they fought a war, but Europe was destroyed, so there was no manufacturing nowhere on planet Earth but America. You know, so America was booming. And then as they got older, you know, it seemed like they wanted to make their children work harder or their grandkids work harder because they thought they had it too easy. You know what I'm saying? You know, and they're the ones who are all in Congress now, the greatest generation.
Well,
you know,
the people in Congress,
70s and 80s.
the people in Congress is definitely who I blame. I mean, the people in Congress are the ones who just give money to the military-industrial complex to do these forever wars. You know, they just go from one to the next, and that's
I've been there, man.
yeah, and that's dragging our country down. And you know, and like you're saying, after the World War II, instead of focusing on making another war and another war and another war, if they had focused on let's build the greatest infrastructure the world has ever seen. You know, let's make all these jobs at home and make our country so that it runs better than any other country in the world. Instead, they just built a bunch of factories that made bombs. You know.
Yeah, but if you look at the model when that Europe, that's how it was in Europe, and let's be honest, everyone that was making those decisions, they were all European. So like that's the business model. You know, like if you go to like some island like in Hawaii or something. Ain't nobody trying to fight nobody on those little small islands over there. They're just nice as fuck because they understand community and how it works.
Have you been to Hawaii? Have you been to Hawaii, Brandon?
No, I haven't been to Hawaii. No.
Okay. I think you'd be a little bit
trannies there and stuff like that. But
no. They have a lot of the native people have a lot of issues with, you know, they're not certain that they actually want to be part of the United States. So we're clear. The people in Hawaii, they they call, you know, people from the mainland haoles, and they don't, you know, because they don't understand, they don't get it, and I've watched people get beat up there because they're you know, thinking that they're just stupid. But
But what I was talking about was, like, well, again, that is a Western culture being pushed on another culture that is obviously resisting it, right? I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
I'm more or less talking about, like, you know, like a small community where there's really not that many issues, Mike. You know what I'm saying? And it can be handled very simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
We make everything complicated. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
You know?
I get the small community thing, sure.
Yeah, and like those small islands out in the Pacific, you know, you don't never hear no big issues, and if it is an issue, typically families handle it. You know, and
I agree with that. You know, that's the way it is in Hawaii.
Somebody may get a busted nose, something like that.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be like Chicago,
right?
Okay, or how the political structure is, because. When I was deployed to Afghanistan and in Iraq, we had to go talk to the elders and see what the elders wanted. You know, nobody said, we didn't talk to nobody else but the elders because they knew what was best for their community. Now, you go to each damn house and ask somebody, then it's going to sound like this. Well, so-and-so stole my goat. My wife is sick. I have to have my tooth pulled. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, but that guy, and he controls it, what's best for the community, where it's not like he's looking out for anybody because it's multiple elders, you know. But yeah, I mean, but on a scale of 1 to 10, man, I think this shit could probably get to a 3 or a 4. Bad.
I hope it does. I mean, that's the direction that the government, the people, the Pelosi's and all the members of Congress and the media, they're trying their hardest to push it that way. They're acting like they're totally against it, but they're just revving these people up. But I don't see. I really hope it gets to a 3 or 4 because that would be a sight to behold.
Yeah, my whole thing is I don't want people hurting each other. I don't mind people going out there, and playing around like they at a Renaissance fair, but I don't want nobody shooting people in the street and stuff like that.
You know,
They're already doing that, Brandon. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's how the police are treating so many people, and you know it's true.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
I agree with
the
you.
people are like, we can't take this anymore. It's only going to get worse if we don't do something. You know? So, and I'm not suggesting that any people go into the streets and start shooting people. I'm just saying that's already happening. And it's like it's just happening to us, though. It's not happening to the other side.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because they're not worried about it because they're not going to. They don't have our problems to begin with.
There's no accountability on their side. They don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. And But you know, unfortunately, we're the dumb ones. Okay, we're the ones who actually argue about someone making $15 an hour, Mike, where they can make a little extra money, maybe be able to get married and start a family. You know what I'm saying? We actually argue about something that it's not our business to begin with. You know, I get if you're a small business owner. And well, maybe you got to bring in your 16-year-old kid to help run, you know, to help make pastries or what the fuck ever. You know, if you got to lay somebody off because you can't afford $15 an hour. But every time you file all your damn taxes, you get 99% of your damn money back anyway because of the tax brackets that those small businesses fall in with.
And if the people have a living wage, then maybe they'll be able to afford your product, and you'll sell more of your product, so it'll work out.
Crime will go down.
Yeah.
Less alcoholism, less domestic violence, and I'm not saying people that don't make $15 an hour that make more than $15 an hour don't have real issues, but it kind of. You know, it kind of gets us the edge off whenever you get paid and you got a few extra dollars, but you deserve those dollars because if an hour of your labor or anybody's labor isn't worth $15, that is sad, man. To even consider yourself human.
It's very. I imagine it's very frustrating for people who have to work for less than that. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't really work, so I don't know. You know, I just.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but yeah, man. I mean, it's you know just have to go through that. But what I'm getting at is for people to say no, you don't deserve $15 an hour because you're a cook at Waffle House or you know you cook breakfast at some you know diner or small restaurant or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just like saying, well, damn, you just might as well just walk off of here. You know, I mean, like you're worthless.
It's
you know?
better for everybody too. If that person's happy, if that person will be more healthy if they're making more money.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I say healthcare is a national security issue. You know, because you want the people that are making your breakfast to be healthy. Okay, you know, you want the people, people that are sick. You don't want them struggling to be able to go and get help. You know, you don't want fucking healthcare to be just for the rich. You don't want the population to be sick because if the population is sick or run down or not as healthy as they can be, that is definitely a matter of national security. Your country is not all that it can be. It's not as strong as it can be, and anybody should be able to see that.
But the problem is what's been beaten to every American's head is, you know, free market, capitalism, just put yourself up by your bootstraps mentality.
I'm all for free market. I don't think we have that at all. I don't think we have anything like a free market.
Oh no, because the big companies just buy all the small companies up.
Yeah.
They get rid of the competition.
Yeah.
And see that's now look, that's something else that's wrong in our country is competition. I mean, listen, you look at the Republican Party, they're on lizard people and you know, beans from damn space, Jewish beans, starting fires in California. You know, and I mean, but yet, then you, on the other side, it ain't no damn better. It just doesn't sound as ridiculous. Well, yeah, some things do.
with the gender pronouns and stuff. But hey, to each his own. But Mike, I honestly, dude, I'm gonna get off of here, but I think we're in serious trouble, man. Seriously.
You think we're in trouble?
Yeah.
Because of the level of unrest.
I would say just the uncertainty and this last 4 years, so many people have gotten educated and so many people got stupider. And those two worlds are kind of colliding right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like okay, it's like this. I'm from the South, and I grew up in a trailer the majority of my whole life. I only lived in a double wide like 2 or 3 times. When I lived in double, I thought I was rich, right? but it's kind of hard to. Hang on, baby, I'm on the phone. It's kind of hard to tell a man who works hard, who lives in a trailer, who's got like 1 or 2 kids, he's got his wife, and he's barely making it. And he don't have a few $1,000s in the savings account, right? It's kind of hard to tell him to pull your bootstraps up, and it's getting worse and worse. But the thing is, that guy in that trailer, his entire family was always poor, right? You know what I'm saying? But now the people who live in the upbeat neighborhoods, they're starting to lose their shit, and they're not used to that. Their grandparents got pensions. They don't have pensions because the unions are gone. And I believe that's the clash. But for some reason, we can't agree upon the basic shit because of the religion, guns, and the color of people's skin,
and the crazy nature of our society. I mean, people are really they're just scattered. They're overworked. They're over criminalized or over penalized. They're terrified. They're misled. They're misinformed. They're misprogrammed. I mean, it's just fucking crazy. And it wouldn't be that hard to fucking fix it. We just have to fucking decide, to cut out all this crazy shit, man, because it's like, I think it's all done on purpose. I think they want us just, not to be able to figure out what's going on because, to be distracted, not to be able to come together. That's what they really want. They're terrified of just coming together, Brandon.
Well, of course that, but to be honest, that's not their fault. That's our fault because we don't want to come together. All right? You know what I'm saying? There's somebody out there who doesn't want to come together with a white person or with a black person or actually listen to a woman speak when they think a woman should be barefoot and pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't want to come together, period. Well, they're a Muslim and I'm a Christian, or what the fuck ever. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I don't really like whenever the blame was always put on someone for destroying the country, like they said about Barack Obama or even Donald Trump. No, it's us that's doing it because we want it my way, like that, you know what I'm saying? And we want it my way or it's the highway. We don't want to compromise nothing. I want my guns and I don't want background checks. Okay? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't want to see more of our freedom chipped away at. I don't want to see more of the police state. I don't want to see more people under the police state's thumb. I don't want to be, I'm tired of the police state just growing more and more and more.
Well, it just happened in D.C. because D.C. that area is going to turn to a green zone.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
It's going to be controlled, by the military. So that's a freedom there. Now you go online, someone can kick you off because of something you say. Let's say you said something really mean and vicious because you're in a pissed off mood. Well, damn. So it is a level of control. And I don't know. I think certain things are good. You know, of course people are gonna be assholes, but I'm just concerned that it's gonna be like pretty fucking bad and more embarrassing for us to recover from.
I don't care about embarrassing. I don't know what you mean by embarrassing, and I it's like I don't care. They're making me go to the doctor, and this doctor the other day was like, are you worried that you're letting people down? And I was like, I don't give a fuck. If people think that I'm letting them down, I don't care. Fuck those people. I work hard. I try to do the right thing by people. And she looked at me like, fuck those people. And then she's like, we need to get you a psych evaluation. I'm like, oh, good. Oh, yay.
But I have one of those coming up anyway. Yeah, with the VA. Yeah, they're challenging. Hell, half the damn time when I leave one of them, I'm exhausted. I come home and sleep all day.
Yeah, I just would tell, I don't give a fuck. I mean, that's I don't give a fuck. All I know is that I'm trying to do what's right. And if somebody looks at me and says, one of the callers last week, Brandon, called me a terrorist because I support the people who occupied the House of Representatives,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a terrorist because it's just this thing where that word doesn't mean anything. They're going to make it so that word means absolutely nothing very soon. My dog's a terrorist. Your dog's a fucking terrorist. He's laying down there by the river showing his nuts. No.
Well, that's how we look at shootings, though. Listen, I've been in situations to where you'll see someone where a bomb goes off, and they'll just be carrying a baby that got killed, and they'll be walking down the street going to their village.
Yeah.
We've gotten numb to so much stuff that it seems to me that hate should be just accepted. You know what I'm saying? I can understand someone getting their point across, but hate, that's a big word, man.
I hate this government, Brandon. I hate the way it's oppressing the people. I hate the way it's criminalizing the people. I hate the politicians acting like they're public servants while they I cannot believe all these fucking so-called liberals coming to the defense of Liz Cheney. There's probably no other member of Congress that profited more from the events of September 11th than Liz Cheney and her family. And they all, we gotta defend Liz Cheney. She's in a position of power. Fuck Liz Cheney. She's a horrible piece of shit who thinks it's okay to profit off of the worst terrorist attack on America of all time. And who the fuck defends somebody like that? It's really, really messed up, dude.
Well, if Congress is like a reality show. So one episode you may like Jake, right? And 5-6 episodes later you can't stand his ass. To me, that's what Congress is like. Because something like
I want to tell you real quick before you while I'm thinking about it. You want to type in Matt Gaetz and Butthead into the Google and see what you come up with. Have you seen that? Matt Gaetz and Butthead?
Nah.
Oh, well, you want to do that because it's fucking hilarious. I guarantee it'll make you laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah. But it's okay. It's like Matt Gaetz spoke out for when they sent the bill to the Senate for the legalized marijuana. And he's a Republican from Florida. And he's kind of young. Plus, he got arrested for DUI. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Like that would be a good thing. But then he'll I don't know, all them politicians, man. But I will check that out, man. Butthead.
Oh, I guarantee it'll make you laugh.
You know what? I'm pretty sure it will, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, but look, I'm gonna get off here, man. Y'all guys have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I'll holler at y'all later, all right?
Hey, it's always good to hear from you, bro. I hope everything is good where you are.
Well, you know what? We did lose a friend yesterday to COVID. One of our church members back home, so that was a bummer.
That's a bummer.
You know, but yeah, it's always a bummer, right? But all right, man. Y'all guys take care.
All right, stay
Thanks.
cool. We'll get through it, Bren.
All right.
See, and that's our buddy, two Bronze Star Brandon, and it's always good to hear from him. And that's my Boo Bear. He's my Boo Bear. Look, this is my Boo Bear. Okay, right here. Come here. You gotta come over here. Come over here. Oh, look at my Boo Bear. He's my Boo Bear. He's my beautiful baby. I love my Boo Bear. I love my Boo Bear. 'Cause he's my Boo Bear. I love my Boo Bear. What a Boo Bear. He's my Boo Bear. You're my beautiful baby. You're my beautiful baby. He's my beautiful baby. Oh, what happened? I messed up the camera? Oh. All right. Oh, you can't see it. That's too bad. Okay, so let's see. I have a video. Do you have a caller? You got a caller? Is that what you're saying? Okay, got a caller. I have a couple more videos left if you guys want to see them. I have one with the Parkland mom, Parkland shooting mother who's very upset at Congresswoman Green. And I have another one about Congresswoman Green. Hello, caller.
Michael, handsome son bitch.
What's up, Pete?
How you fucking doing? You sexy motherfucker.
I'm good. How about you? You sound pretty good tonight. Sound like you got a lot of energy there.
Nah, I'm just drunk like I usually am on a Friday night. Just calling in to say hello.
On a Friday night? Is that any different from
Your tonight have been fantastic.
usually drunk on a Friday night? Is that any different than from a Tuesday night?
Usually when I call your show, Michael, I'm a little loaded, to be perfectly honest. You know.
Need the liquid bravery.
I always call on a Friday. I try to always call on a Friday because that's when when I'm free. The weekend's over. I gotta check in with my boy, see how you doing. You know how it is.
It is always good to hear from you, bro.
Always good to talk to you. It's good to talk to a sensible, rational human being. You know.
I don't know, honestly.
There's not a lot of them left out there, Michael. Everyone's losing their goddamn minds.
People are very. You know what, Pete? We walk every day, and I don't see anybody anymore not wearing a mask. I'm not gonna put on a mask. I'm not gonna walk around outside with the beautiful day and wear a fucking mask. And everybody here is wearing a mask in my neighborhood, and it just all I can think is these people are going fucking mad.
Oh, Mike, you respect the mask argument. You know me. I totally understand where you're coming from. I get your frustration. But the mask thing is one thing that I'm not totally against. I get why businesses want people to wear masks when you're in stores and shit.
In a contained area.
But when I see someone walking down the street with a mask on, I want to punch them in the head because what the fuck are you doing?
Even if it was like a shoulder to shoulder kind of sidewalk thing, I could see wearing a mask. But or like a protest or something. But where you're out in your neighborhood and you're walking around and maybe you see one person per block that you say hi to and you don't even stop and you stay across the street. I mean, give me a break. I'm not putting on a fucking mask to walk around my neighborhood. And it's really fucking.
Do they make you? Can you? I don't know. I live in Rhode Island, so it's pretty loose here in Rhode Island. It's not that bad. You can still go to a restaurant and shit and not wear a mask while you're eating and drinking, so it's semi-normal a little bit. But in certain places like New York, you can't even be out. New York City, you can't even be outside with fucking mask on. I don't know what it's like where you're at. So you can't. Can you not walk around outside without a mask?
No, you can. There's not a mask mandate except for indoor and contained areas. You know, but you can't go to restaurants as far as I know. I don't think restaurants are open yet. But it's
really, you don't have any restaurants open over there.
I think they're getting ready to reopen restaurants, but since before Christmas, the restaurants have all been. No indoor dining. You can order takeout.
No shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could do like McDonald's and shit.
Yeah, you can. I mean, well, no.
We're still doing indoor dining, bro. We go. I dined in at IHOP the other fucking day. It was fantastic.
Right on.
I fucking appreciate it more than fucking ever. I'm like, oh, I hope they don't fucking take this away.
Oh, I love going and sharing food. I don't know what are you telling me? Tell me what you're telling me.
I don't know what I'm telling you. I'm telling you I like to go out and eat. I don't want us to be locked down, so I can't go do that. Bullshit. Yeah, dude, if I was living in a state where I couldn't go out and eat, going out to eat is like the only thing that we can do around. You can't do bar. Everything else is closed except the restaurants. The restaurants are clinging on for dear life.
Yeah.
And people flock to the fucking restaurants. Like restaurants that are normally like mediocre busy on the weekends. Now you go there. Like my friend had a birthday. We're like, okay, we'll go out for a birthday, and a place that's normally like whatever is jam fucking packed.
Huh. Wow.
Because the restaurants are the only places that are like open, you know. So
yeah.
Over here they're doing kind of okay.
That's great. That's really good news. I feel bad for the restaurant people, the restaurant workers. In the past I've done a lot of work in restaurants. I worked. I was always a waiter in nice restaurants, you know. That seemed to be the easiest way to have a job. You know, people love you, you serve them a nice plate of food. It's kind of a celebratory, kind of, you know, like a celebration, you know, people going out.
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me. What are you trying to tell me?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Okay.
I just called to say hi.
Yeah, no, Craig's got a map of a helicopter on the thing, and it's going over our house, and I don't know why he's like, look at this. I don't know. So I'm asking him, what are you trying to tell me?
Fucking lockdowns, man. You know, I was talking to my buddy earlier today, and he's like, why are they calling it a lockdown? They shouldn't be allowed to call it a lockdown, because that just makes it sound authoritarian and bad.
Yeah.
Which I guess is what it is.
Yeah.
But why are they calling it a lockdown? Call it a, you know, use some softer language. Call it a safety precaution or something. I was like, that's a valid point. That's why everyone's getting all mad about it. You're calling it a fucking lockdown. People feel like they're fucking...
You call it a lockdown, it might as well be martial law. You might as well call it martial law.
Yeah, what are they doing? Jesus Christ. It's nuts. Yo, bro, how are you doing? Are you are you getting out and like walking around? Is it nice? How's the weather over there?
Oh yeah, we go. I walk every day, Pete, and usually for like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and it doesn't matter if it's raining or not. I mean, the weather is beautiful the last couple days, but it's not a big deal. What's the
temperature? Is it warm?
I have to wear a pretty heavy jacket, so it's not. I think it must be in the low 50s or something.
Low 50s, bro. It's 18 degrees over here, dog.
Dang.
My balls are up into my fucking stomach, dog.
That's cold. That's fucking cold.
Big.
That is fucking cold,
dude,
man.
Dude, it sucks.
Yeah. It's cold. That's fucking cold. You're not gonna skateboard in that.
Lame right now. No, I ain't doing nothing. I'm fucking inside with my heat is blasting. I'm still fucking cold. Shit's fucking lame. I gotta move to fucking Seattle. Jesus Christ.
It's a nice place.
Enough of this shit.
It's a nice place. Plus they got the legal marijuana.
Rhode Island's pretty cool. I like New England. I don't think I'm gonna leave New England. I'll probably move to Massachusetts, the Massachusetts area. But yeah, New England's cool, dude. If you can, but you got to take up some type of winter hobby, snowboard or something. Because if you don't, fucking sucks.
What states have legal marijuana there?
Shit. You know, I'm a pothead, and I don't even really know.
I mean,
I know Massachusetts. Massachusetts is like, if you want to go to a dispensary and buy cannabis without a license, without like a medical whatever, you can go there, just buy recreational weed in Massachusetts. You can't do that in Rhode Island yet, but it will be legalized pretty soon.
I don't.
It will be legalized everywhere, I think, eventually. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of going to states where it's not legal. I'm just so used to it, you know, being it just I can't stand the idea of the police state being hang over my head again, you know. For that.
Yeah. Rhode Island's not so cool about marijuana for some reason. I don't get why. It's stupid, you know. And our governor is very anti-union. Our governor actually, Gina Raimondo, is like anti-union, so I don't like her for that. For a Democrat, too, of all people, she's anti-union, and now she's joining Biden's fucking cabinet, so fuck her, fuck that bitch.
Well, no, that's really good. That means you don't have to deal with her anymore, pretty much. Right? That means you're getting a new governor, right?
What fucking awful goddamn Democrat we're gonna fucking get now. Holy shit.
Maybe one that'll want marijuana legal.
Yeah, maybe, but it might make her look like fucking Jesus. Who knows? Some of these Democrats.
No.
Like
only Donald Trump.
Fascists. They're fucking fascists, Mike. Jesus Christ.
Only Donald Trump. Only Donald Trump gets to look like Jesus moving forward from this point forward, Pete. And I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now that the person who starts making velvet paintings of Donald Trump on the cross, nailed to the cross, is going to be fucking rich as fuck. So I would get on that if I was you guys.
What's up with this, Mike? You know, I know you're not normally a pro-Trump guy, and now you're thinking artists should be making paintings of the fucking guy. What the fuck is this?
No, because it's this thing where you can see this market. I can see this market of people that would love to buy a velvet painting of Donald Trump nailed to the cross. So somebody should fucking fulfill that market. That's all I'm saying. You're going to make a lot of money.
What do you mean? You think he was fed to the wolves, Donald Trump? You think?
No, I think that a lot of people feel like Donald Trump is fucking the Messiah, and that he's being treated like Jesus, nailed to the cross, and that if you fucking make velvet paintings, they will sell like hotcakes. That's what I think.
Yeah, I really don't understand the Trump fascination. I kind of get it, you know. I mean, he didn't start really too many more wars, did he?
Well,
you know? I mean, all we're going to get with Joe Biden is Obama 2.0. So, you know, and Obama bailed out all the fucking bankers that fucked up the economy in 2008. He bailed them out and made them part of his cabinet, and he started 3 wars in fucking Yemen, Syria, and what was the other fucking one, whatever. And, yeah, we're going to get more of the fucking same. But Donald Trump, I mean,
Libya.
You know, I got to say about Donald Trump, like, you know, he said a lot of inappropriate shit. His behavior was fucking awful, bordering racist, bordering sexist, all this shit. But policy-wise, perhaps maybe not all that bad a president. Maybe not all that bad if you really look at it. I mean, you know, he's a president. What the fuck can he really do? He really doesn't have that much pull. But, you know, I'm not really all for the immigration stuff. But economic, I like the Republican economic policies. I like that. I hate the Democrats' economic policies. And Trump was actually, he seemed like he was pretty, you know, he tried to be as neutral as possible when it came to, you know, war shit, because we live in a military-industrial complex fucking economy country, and he seems to be pretty anti that, it seems, you know? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm a dumbass. I am ignorant as fuck, so I don't know.
It's not that. He's just different from the professional politician class, right? He's not
right.
like
he's not
them.
An establishment.
So yeah,
he's not a career politician.
So he doesn't act like he doesn't have this polished politician kind of thing, and I think that's what appeals to people most. Is he's not a fucking robot, and all the politicians are basically robots. Who have all signed on to this line of thought. This is how we think. This is what we're doing.
That's what's great about Trump, though. That's the one thing that is good about him. That he does have a weird relatability about him. He does. Which is weird because he's a rich. He's a rich guy. He's a rich spoon in his mouth, fucking jerk off.
Well, again, it's this thing where he's not a professional politician. The professional politicians are... Look you know how fucking fake Donald Trump is? How you couldn't trust a word that came out of his mouth? The professional politicians standing next to him look 10 times more fake than he does, And that's...
Oh, my God.
You know what
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Nancy Pelosi, do you not just want to... I mean, I hate to sound like anti-woman, but dude, I want to cave Nancy Pelosi's fucking head in. I can't stand listening to that fucking cunt talk. I fucking hate her, dude. I mean, there's nothing... Talk about demonizing American people, frustrated American people.
Yeah.
The whole Capitol fucking attack was fucking dumb as shit. Those people that did that shit, I think they were frustrated Americans. People that just got caught up in the moment, and they're frustrated at whatever. And whether or not you believe Trump fucking won or lost is kind of irrelevant. It's just frustrated Americans, right?
Yeah.
And then you have these asshole fucking politicians like Nancy Pelosi that want to put these people in jail. How the fuck... You can't fucking put any of these fucking people in jail, dude. It's ridiculous. It was a protest. It was a protest that got out of hand, right? That's the way I see it.
That's the way I see it, and it didn't really get that out of hand because they didn't set anything on fire. Like we've watched all summer long. Hey Pete, all summer long we watched protests where people were lighting shit on fire. Okay, these protesters didn't do anything like that. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a police officer did die, Michael, and they did break into the Capitol building, and the Secret Service had fucking pistols pointed at people. It was pretty intense.
The only reason that any police got injured is because they stood in the way of the people. Instead of fucking protecting the people, instead of protecting and serving the people. And by the way, at least 2 Capitol Hill officers at that protest have now committed suicide. Okay? And they're not committed suicide because they got a little bump on the head from a protester. They're committing suicide because they see the fucking truth. That they have to fucking fight against the people, And it doesn't matter, against, like you're saying, they're Americans.
Yeah, right.
They're Americans, and they were simply trying to get into the people's house and
Dude, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
I agree. I think this whole reaction about the Capitol has been fucking ridiculous. And people saying that it was an operation, perhaps, I would not neglect that idea, absolutely, because it makes the opposition look bad, right? It makes the people that are anti-establishment look bad, and that's what they want. So that's what the establishment's fucking doing, people. We all know this. This isn't our first rodeo. I knew this shit as soon as I saw it.
Yeah.
And it made me fucking sick to see the media just call these people fucking terrorists and shit.
Yeah.
And now that's all we're hearing is domestic terrorism, and it's people like you and me, bro. And next thing you know, we're gonna be locked up. Next time I see you, it's gonna be behind bars.
Yeah.
Fucking some type of weird military fucking prisoner camp.
And Pete, this is what I've been saying from day one, okay? When I came onto YouTube, it was 2003, 2004, and we're looking at 9/11, we're looking at the re-election of George W. Bush, and I was telling people, look, During the election, they set up free speech zones to keep protesters away from the politicians. They chain link fence fucking cages where you want to have your protest, you go protest over there in the chain link fence where none of the politicians can see you or the media can see you. And if you didn't, you got arrested. Okay, that's what America is. And from those days, with my beginning of YouTube, and I've been screaming, you either stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state, because that's where we're at. And I want people to choose. I want to know where you stand. Do you stand with the police state? You stand with freedom, because the police state does not stand on the side of freedom, and anybody with their eyes open can see that.
It's a tough argument. I'm not necessarily anti-police either, because I don't really believe all police are bad. I don't. I
grew up around cops, dude.
I think there's a lot of shithead fucking cops. I don't know.
I grew up around cops. I know that all cops aren't bad as individuals. Okay, I'm not talking about cops, police officers as individuals. I'm talking about the police state. Okay, you either stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state, and it should be obvious to anyone with eyes open. Okay, and I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of cops who don't stand on the side of the police state. In fact, numerous ones have been busted at the occupation of the House of Representatives. So
of course, bro. There was cops that were on video.
So again, it's the individual,
and that's why they purged all those fucking National Guard people, because they know.
I don't have a problem with the individual. It's the police state that I have a problem with.
Absolutely. You're preaching to the choir, brother. You know that. You know that, dog. I got your back all day. Fuck these fucking corrupt, goddamn fascist motherfuckers.
It's just the
fascism coming back.
The people.
You ever see the movie JFK? The Oliver Stone film JFK?
No. The people have been the people have been over criminalized. No, I didn't see that movie.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
The people have been over criminalized, and it's just getting worse and worse. Every year there's 40,000 new laws, which chips away at your freedom, and it's just this is what I'm saying. I want to know who stands with the police state, because there's something seriously fucked up with you.
I get home from work sometimes, and I'm like tired as shit, and I like read the news, and I'm like, what happened when I was fucking working? God, what? And it makes me fucking sick. And I'm like, oh my God, this fucking country. And what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Because I'm fucking tired. I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna watch Netflix and fucking eat dinner, and then fucking go to work tomorrow.
Well,
what can I really do?
At the moment, that's where we're at. At the moment, that's where we're at. But as we come together to recognize the one true enemy against us, the common enemy, then we can make a difference. Right now, and you are doing that by reaching out to people that you hear that are saying, these words that you want, that you want to share in common. So we have potential. It's just a matter of if we can get to that point.
Right on, dog. And you know what else is great? Is want to tell people, not like I'm some kind of fucking genius or anything, but fucking, even if it's more expensive, fucking buy shit from local businesses, because god damn it, they fucking need it. So fucking do that shit. And all the local places are fucking expensive as shit. But you know what? You're not putting money in the fucking wall of some fucking rich fucking Wall Street cunt. Yeah. You're fucking putting it in some guy that lives next door to you. So fucking do that shit. I never go to Stop and Shop or all the big places. I go to the local fucking expensive fucking place, and I fucking pay the extra rent because I do that shit. because I'm all about supporting the local people.
Right, and you can see how much they appreciate it. What, like I've said, the restaurants here, the restaurants, the bars have been closed, open, closed, open, closed. You know, not available for in-room dining. But when they're open, we have a tendency to go here and there, and restaurants that we've enjoyed in the past, and you can see how grateful the people are. You know, they're just like, oh, thank you so much for coming in. You know, it almost.
Well, the service has never been better, bro. Never been better. Fantastic service. They're all getting fucking 25% tips. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, I've been hearing shit like news stories. The restaurant industry is dying. Like, I hear all these investor guys like, the restaurant industry needs a stimulus. They can't take any more. It's like, fuck, Jesus Christ. If we, can't lose the restaurant industry, bro. That's my shit. That's my fucking shit.
That's a lot of people's shit. It's again, that's one of the things I like most about our Western civilization I point out to people that we live like kings because the way that we eat. Back in the day, 200 years ago, to eat the way that we eat, Thai food, whatever it is. I mean, there's all these different fucking choices, a million different choices. You would have like 2 or 3 or 5 different fucking chefs that were just brilliant, and it's not very likely that most of you would have had that available to you 200 years ago. So,
isn't that great? You got people that do nothing for a living but just cook great food. It's great.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's the way it should be. That's not something new. I mean, there have been restaurants around for a long time, but not the variety that we have like we do now.
I can't cook for dick, bro. I can't cook for shit.
You can do it.
I work for 8 hours.
You can do it.
No, well, I can, but like it's like I work for 8 hours a day. And then when I come home, the last thing that I want to do is prepare a fucking big ass dinner. I'm all about making a big something on Saturday or Sunday on the weekend, and just fucking heating it up over the fucking weekend and shit. But like, I appreciate people that can cook a fucking like. I go to my parents' house on the weekends and shit. My parents are still alive, and my mom's a fantastic cook.
Moms are amazing.
Unbelievable.
Moms are amazing.
Dude,
yeah.
Dude, like a mom who's like, in her 70s or almost in her 70s can cook like a fucking 6-star meal.
Yeah, and it's generally just like basic stuff. It's like basic stuff like a beef stew and shit like that. It's just fucking over the top, unbelievable good.
Dude. I'm like, Mom, if you opened a restaurant, you would blow people's fucking minds with you. She's like, hey, she's old. She's like, fuck you. But I'm like, you are the most, your food is better. If I went to the best restaurant in Rhode Island, I would not eat better food than what you're fucking making me right now. So.
Yeah, my mom used to always call me before Christmas, and she'd say, "What do you want for Christmas?" And I'd be like, "Mom, all I wanted is some cookies, some of your cookies." And she'd send me big boxes of cookies. So,
I love that. I love having a mommy. I'm such a mommy's boy. I love my mommy.
You're lucky.
I am. I'm so lucky. I love her every day. She's the best. All right, Mike. I feel like I've been talking too much. I love you. I'm gonna take off.
All right, Pete. Well, looking forward to talking to you soon. I hope you're doing well. Give your mom a big hug for me, okay?
I will do, dog. I love you. Praise Allah. Yo, shout out Craig. Yo, Craig's fucking savage.
He is.
In the fucking studio.
He is.
Killing it, dog. Yo, Craig doesn't get enough appreciation. Shout out Craig, yo.
Yeah.
Craig's a bad motherfucker. And, praise Allah, fucking finger your fucking dad, blow your mom, and praise Allah.
Always nice to hear from you, Pete. Stay cool, bro. All right, I'm going to play a quick video for you here about the Parkland mom. And I will be right back to have a nice bong hit with you. Doesn't that sound good? We'll do that momentarily.
So everyone, you should watch this. You really should. Because I want to talk about the painful consequences of Marjorie Taylor Greene's conspiracy theories. Imagine experiencing the most horrific thing imaginable, and that's losing a child, and then someone questioning what happened, harassing the victims, spreading conspiracies. That's what parents who lost children in Parkland in the Parkland shooting are dealing with tonight. Before joining Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to make a name for herself, suggesting that the Parkland massacre was a false flag operation. In March of 2019, she was recorded harassing shooting survivor David Hogg and his group inside the halls of the U.S. Capitol.
David, do you really think red flag gun laws are going to prevent mass shootings? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. You're right. Stop taking our Second Amendment. People will still do mass shootings. They will still do mass killings. They don't need guns. What you're doing, you guys are being used. That's right. Being used by the left because you're young.
Hogg confirmed on Twitter that Greene continued to harass him outside.
David, why are you supporting the red flag laws? If Scott Peterson, the resource officer at Parkland, had done his job, then Nicholas Cruz wouldn't have killed anybody in your high school, or at least protected them. Why are you supporting red flag gun laws that attack our Second Amendment rights? And why are you using kids as a barrier? Do you not know how to defend your stance? So I'm walking. He's got nothing to say. Sad. He has nothing to say because there really isn't anything to say, you guys. He has nothing to say because he's paid to do this.
"17 people lost their lives at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14th, 2018, including Scott Beagle, a geography teacher and cross-country coach who was shot trying to save his students. Scott's mom, Linda Beagle Schulman, joins me now. Linda, thank you so much. Sorry, just reading that, it just upset me so much. I'm sorry. I hope you're doing okay. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me tonight.
Yeah.
It really means a lot to be able to speak my mind and explain how I feel about what's going on right now.
You know, you have to live with the reality that your son Scott was gunned down in a school massacre, sadly. And I can't imagine having anyone question that tragedy, never mind someone who is now an elected member of Congress.
Well, as painful as it is, silence right now is not an option. And I feel that failing to speak out with the actual truth gives credence, and life to any conspiracy theory. So we have to speak out.
Let's talk about what else you do, because you do speak out. You fought with the county sheriff to get access to security camera footage from the Parkland massacre. The video shows how your son Scott opened the door to his classroom to bring more students to safety and was killed in the process. You asked us to play this video, and there's no audio.
I just want to see the part about Congresswoman Greene and the way that they're vilifying this person who I don't know. I really don't know what she's like, but again, she's questioning the events of September 11th. Okay, anybody who questions the events of September 11th who has a loud microphone, they're a danger to this government. And they will do their best to make sure that you are the worst kind of person on earth, and everybody knows it. So we're clear on where she stands with that. Let's see. So I'm really hungry, you guys. Pardon me. Oh, we got a phone caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, how you doing? I haven't spoken. This is my second time calling in. I called in. Maybe you remember. I was a truck driver. I was a Trump supporter, and I thought you were too. But you were trying to convince me like I shouldn't be involved in we're on either side. Not Democrats, not Republicans. And then you brought up that issue where Trump signed some type of order that was anti-trans, and I told you, well, I'm saying that's attracted. The kind of rang a bell. It was a few months ago.
I don't remember the anti-trans part, but you know, I that sounds like me as far as, you know, not supporting one side or the other, because they're the same. I see them as the same thing. Donald Trump is a little different from the rest of them, but he basically, you know, towed the line. He told those people that they have to fight like hell, and then they went and fought like hell, and then he fucking rolled over like a pussy. So.
I mean, no. I mean, you're not going to actually think that Trump was sending out some type of subliminal message to go and storm the Capitol.
No, what I think was he told people you have to fight like hell to keep your country, or we're not going to have a country anymore. And that and then he didn't fight like hell. Okay, those people went.
What do you mean?
He didn't. He, instead of demanding, Twitter took him, banned him from Twitter, right? And he was still president for 2-3 weeks. He could have gone, all right, you know what? Twitter is blocked from America. You want to play God mode on my ass? He could have actually fought like hell, and instead he just crawled back into his fucking hole.
No, I disagree. Do you watch Bill O'Reilly?
No, I don't watch Bill O'Reilly.
Well, Bill O'Reilly said something to Trump. He kind of sent a message out to Trump. He knows Trump. So I'm pretty sure Trump watches Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly was basically telling Trump, like, look, you need to cut this out because you are tearing apart the country. After that Capitol storming, the liberal media, they just destroyed Trump. So I feel like anything, like Trump needed to be quiet.
No, that's not what he needed to do. No, he needed to fight like hell, like he told all those people. He needed to step up and be a man, and he needed to blanket pardon all of those protesters who occupied the Capitol. Just say, you're not being held responsible.
I feel like if he would have did that, then perhaps that would have provoked Mitch McConnell to actually convict him. I'm pretty sure he made some type of
and that's what I'm saying, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Instead of fighting for his country, he just rolled over and made a deal with the people not to persecute him any further. Okay, so he didn't.
You're running again, but those people probably should have get. I mean, I can't excuse some people from storming the Capitol. That's no different than Black Lives Matter burning down buildings.
They didn't burn anything. They didn't burn anything down, and the real Black Lives Matter people don't burn down buildings. Okay, that's what looters do. Okay, the people at the Capitol didn't burn anything down. What they did was they occupied the people's house. They took the people's house. They took the people. They believed that they were taking the people's house back from people that were doing crimes in our name, in the name of our good country, in your name.
They were yelling, "Hang Mike Pence."
Yeah, fuck Mike Pence. That's freedom of speech.
So you can't excuse that. You can't excuse that. Them people in Congress, which I don't like most of the people in Congress, but they can't. Of course they felt threatened. Now, can they blame Trump for it? That's preposterous to blame Trump, but I can't excuse them. Now, I can see if they were like, I don't know, they had to stay out, like occupy the steps or something. Don't break it to the Capitol.
It's the people's house. Is there ever an appropriate time? See, this is the problem. Is that you don't think there's ever an appropriate time for the people to take the people's house back from the criminals that occupy it. Is that right? Am I reading you right? There's never an appropriate time to do that?
Even if those people were, what did they expect to do after getting inside the Capitol? Like, seriously, what were they supposed to?
They expected the politicians to get a message that it is the people's house and that we can take it. Of course they did. They're fucking calling them domestic terrorists. Why? Because they got the message. We're coming for you. You best leave politics. Oh, we can't. Those people are horrible. They're calling veterans, police officers, Olympic medalists, terrorists. Okay?
And some of them are like, okay, police officers, they should have known better than to do that. Like I said, this was just a fanatical and amazing. Like last year was unbelievable. If you told someone from another planet what happened last year, they probably would think you were insane. And 2021 is not looking much better. But I clicked on your page. I saw that you popped up. What do you mean about that guy? So this guy in California was discovered with pipe bombs, and he tried to use his white privilege to.
No, he had.
Explain like
no.
the title.
Okay, can you see the computer right now? Can you see the screen? Can you see me?
Oh no, I'm driving.
Okay.
So I can't talk.
He had
I
what
drive, bro.
in his wallet. He had what looked like a credit card. Okay, and it said white privilege on it, and it said white privilege was at the top. It looked like a credit card. It said white privilege, and then it said trumps everything, and then it said let's see, member since birth, and it said good through death, and then it said name Scott Free. So it was this thing, and they're calling that evidence against him. They're saying, and this evidence against him, it's a fucking joke thing, man. It's a white privilege card. Give me a break.
Yeah, it is a joke. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. But I will say this. You said the real Black Lives Matter people don't burn down buildings. The real Black Lives Matter people, the leaders at least, are open socialists and Marxists.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they burn down buildings. Okay.
Socialism and Marxism. Well, Marxism leads to socialism. Socialism leads to communism. So are you fine with the ideal of communism taking over America?
I'm fine with freedom. I want everything legalized. Okay. I want the people have been over criminalized, and now they're calling again veterans, police officers, Olympic medalists, fucking domestic terrorists because they fucking went in to deliver a message to the fucking criminals who occupy the so-called House of Representatives. Stop doing crime.
I don't know. I think what happened with Trump and what happened at the Capitol, that was probably an event of the century. Something like that would probably never happen again. And this would probably brush over. But I feel like the leaders are just losing it. I feel like this country is losing it. And I don't want to be fanatical or anything and think of crazy things, like something crazy is going to happen. But what do you mean legalize everything? Say whatever happens in California eventually spreads all over the country. I think I need to invest in some cheap windmill technology.
Well,
you're at pedophilia?
What I mean by legalize everything is that the people don't need to be babysat every minute of every day. And that's how this government acts. Like, we have to tell you, no, you can't do heroin. Okay, look, and by doing that, they've created a heroin epidemic and refused to acknowledge it's created exactly by their bullshit fucking war on drugs. But that being said, my point is, if you legalize heroin, you don't have to have a penalty on it, because doing heroin already has a penalty attached to it. Okay, and most people are never going to want to do heroin, so it doesn't really affect anybody. We don't need to babysit people. We don't need to over-criminalize the population. And when you make heroin illegal, then you take the least amongst us, and they're the only ones who get in trouble. Fucking rich people get caught with heroin all the time. They don't get in trouble at all.
I mean, are you sure they don't get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm sure.
They're so rich that they're probably like Paris Hilton has been caught with heroin before, but the woman will never have a real job, so what difference does it make?
What?
And rich people do get in trouble. Rich people have gotten in trouble. What's the producer, the famous producer, he just died from COVID, I think a few weeks ago? Phil
Spector.
Right. So they're not 100% immune.
He murdered somebody. He fucking murdered somebody, dude. Okay, I'm not talking about murder. I'm talking about using heroin.
Okay.
And I don't want to use heroin, and I don't think you want to use heroin. I don't think probably anybody in the chat wants to use heroin. What I'm telling you is there's absolutely no reason for it to be illegal because there's already a penalty attached to using it. That's why the 99% of us will never even consider it. And yet, we have to have this fucking giant war on drugs where we spend all of our precious resources and put the least, these poor people in jail because they're addicted. And the reason they're addicted is because they hide this shit in the shadows and they can't come out and get help without having to fucking deal with the police state and most likely go to jail and lose all their shit.
That's not necessarily, that's an opinion, what you just said. That may not be the only reason. I mean, there could be multiple reasons. But in your defense, okay, fine, because like in France, you can drink legally. I forgot the age limit, but it's way younger than 21. So I guess the result is that you feel like, okay, if everything was legal, then the curiosity to do it wouldn't be there, so probably nobody would do it.
They've legalized they've legalized all drugs in Portugal, and heroin use has gone down by like a huge amount. There's almost zero heroin use in the country. They don't have a giant meth problem. You know, this country where everything's illegal, we have giant heroin problem. We have a giant meth problem. And they refuse to act like the black market that they created with their drug war has anything to do with it.
Okay. Well, yeah, you said white privilege. We got on that, legalized everything. That's interesting. Now, the economy. What do you think is going to happen? Do you have a theory? Do you think, because I'm guessing you wanted Trump. I thought Trump was going to win, but now we got a senile old man.
Not for long.
Kamala Harris. What's that?
Biden will be gone soon.
Right, and then we'll get Kamala Harris,
right,
a woman who got 3% of the Democratic primary vote. I mean, that's sick. That's crazy.
Right, I hear you. This person that Joe Biden is proving that he's not a racist with, called him a racist. Number one, and number two, she couldn't get 1% of the fucking African American vote. So fuck her. She's just as big a racist as Joe Biden.
Right, I'm black, and I'm appalled at how my people are. Now, I'm not even going to waste my time and go into the whole, look how black people treat each other, and look and say Black Lives Matter. Okay, because I'm going to always get hit with the narrative, I'm going to always get hit with the statement that black on black crime is not Black Lives Matter narrative. I'm going to always get hit with that. But it's so weird because she went to Howard University, and I know people, and I guess she's supposed to be educated, but Kamala is an idiot. I'm like, oh my God, just look how we are as black people. They patronize us, and that's like Hillary Clinton. You know how offended it was for me for this woman to go in the Breakfast Club and say she carried hot sauce around. So I'm supposed to vote for you because you carry hot sauce around in your pocketbook. I mean, I would think people would be offended, but my people are so emotional and so. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a lack of maturity. And I didn't call you to be an Uncle Tom. I just get so frustrated. Well, actually, I'm kind of over it.
It does,
Black people are too they're emotional, immature. Every race on this planet knows black people hate each other. But you know that.
I don't know that. Okay, I don't know that. But here's what
you know that black people are a threat to each other more than a copy.
I don't know that. Here's what I know. When you say that the politicians pander to the black people or whatever, it's not just the black people. Okay, they pander to the fucking anti-abortionists. They pander to the Christians. They pander again. This is what I keep saying about politicians: is that they're the same. They're exactly the same. They're just talking to different suckers. So yeah, these ones are talking to the black suckers over here. These ones are talking to the Christian suckers. These ones are talking to the anti-abortion suckers. You get it? You get it? They're all pandering constantly. It's what they do.
But I don't get is that how can we not? But I think with the Black Lives Matter thing, it's like it feels when it comes to pandering to us, I feel like they are just overdoing it. Like this should be so obvious. Like it's like they're just overdoing it. Everything is racist.
Yeah.
Everything is. I have never been in. Okay, the air I breathe is racist. Everything is racist, and these people are publicly saying the craziest things I've ever heard in my life, just out in public. When it comes to her, Kamala Harris, I'm lost. I'm lost. I mean, this woman is half Jamaican and half Indian. She claimed to be the first Indian American to ever have the Senate, and now she's black all of a sudden for some strange reason. You know, I think she's been black whenever it was convenient for her. Like when she went to Howard, okay, I'm black now. She graduated, now she's claiming to be Indian.
Yeah.
And like I said, now she's the vice president, okay, I'm black again. I mean, the woman is transracial.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like me being a black, I feel like it's a no man's land because I feel like us as human beings, I'm 33 years old, and I feel like most people my age, you know, it's like, it's just a immaturity. It's like a mental and emotional immaturity that I wasn't even aware
Well,
of.
it's
But
like-
Trump opened my eyes to this. Trump opened my eyes to so much.
Yeah. It's like
that.
It's like when you say that you know they pander to the people, to the black people, and it's just over the top, and you'd think anybody be able to recognize it. Those are your words, and this is why I keep saying that they're the same, and they're just talking to different suckers, because it is so over the top that you think anybody could recognize it, but there's these suckers.
No, I think
These
that
suckers,
they'll talk to
and-
my people are trying to go ahead.
There's these suckers, and they're it's not just that they're suckers, it's that they have heart, and they want somebody to believe in. They want to believe in this government, and they want to believe that there's someone up there that represents them, and that there is a good politician out there somewhere. So, you know, they're desperate for that, and they hear this person saying these things that they're desperate to hear, and they go, oh, that's one of the good ones. And, you know, so it's like you say, anybody should be able to recognize it, but it's because they're so desperate for somebody, just one person, just one decent human being in Washington, D.C., and then they hear the things they want to hear, and they go, there's one right there, you know, because they're desperate for it. That's why they... It's when you say anybody should be able to recognize it, how can they be fooled by these people? It's because they're desperate. They're just so desperate, man. You know what I mean.
I've noticed about a lot of people, when I ask them, I say, oh, so you like Kamala, like, especially if I talk to a black person, I'll say, okay, I asked this one girl, she went to Howard, I was like, so, like, what you like about Howard? I mean, what do you like about Kamala? Like, why are you voting for Kamala? I'm sorry. She just gave me a dirty look and said, because she's black. And I've come to the conclusion that most people who voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't vote because they had any idea what their policies were. They voted for Joe Biden, particularly the black community. They voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris out of spite. Not even hatred for Trump, but just hatred for white people, just like they did when Obama got in. It was just they did it out of spite. They could care less what his policies were, even, you know, just like Kamala Harris. Nobody, most Democrats don't know what this. That woman is extremely left, extremely liberal, and I'm just not down with the liberalism.
Look. It's not true. Okay, like I keep telling you, they're the same. There's not a left and a right. There's not extremely liberal and extremely conservative. What there is, it's like they called Barack Obama the most liberal president of all time. Barack Obama was fucking a neocon at the very least. You know,
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because he started wars and continued. People said he was the third term of George W. Bush. George W. Bush is one of the biggest neocons in history.
Well, yeah. I'm not a fan of Bush. But I am a fan of Trump. I like Trump's style. The thing is that Trump is good for entertainment. And people, I mean, if people weren't so emotional, it's so sensitive, he would have won again. He would have won. Everything.
A lot of people think that he did win, and if the media was actually a free and legitimate media, he clearly would have won, because the media, the Facebook, the New York Times, the Twitter, refused to report on emails from Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. They refused to report the fucking news, the real fucking news. Okay, so it was a fixed election, regardless if Joe Biden in reality got more votes or not, which is very, very questionable. People, like you said, Kamala Harris couldn't get support from anybody. She got 3%, and that was from everyone. She got less than 1% from the black community. Black voters, she could get less than 1% support when she's running for president.
To be honest with you, leaving out my bias, in general, Kamala is she is just so dislikable. And she's a very weak interviewer, and she's a very weak debater. I mean, she had to throw that classic, I guess it's okay if I say it, black woman attitude in when she was debating Mike Pence. So she couldn't debate the man, so she had to roll her eyes and roll her neck, and it was just very unflattering. She is just so dislikable. Okay, but let me ask you this. Okay, if the right and the left are the opposite of each other, you can't say the same thing about their policies. I mean, Joe Biden.
I didn't say they're the opposite. I didn't say they're the opposite. I said they're the same thing. They're not the opposite. They're the same thing. They're just talking to different suckers. They act like their policies are different. They are not. Okay? They act like, oh, we're gonna stand up against this and we're gonna stand up against this. But they know exactly when the bill comes to vote on it, they know exactly how it's gonna be sold. So they can say all they want, oh, we're totally against this, but they know the bill's gonna vote. So they have no problem.
But that should be obvious. That's testimony to crazy Nancy, as Trump would call her, attempting to impeach this man.
But that's,
she knows better
but
than
that,
that. She knows the Senate is not. She knows she doesn't have the votes in the Senate.
Well, the impeachment was stupid, and it was all based on lies. So, you know, I mean, I played a video earlier about the FBI lawyers who fucking changed documents, are now being, you know, they're being penalized or whatever, changed documents in the Russia probe to make it look like there was fucking shenanigans going on with Russia. But no, there was shenanigans going on in the FBI. This, again, is the garbage police state that we have.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You don't think something crazy is going to happen, right? You don't think, like, the economy is going to collapse, we're not going to go into a Great Depression. You don't think they're going to let that happen?
I think that from September 12th, 2001, I've been hearing how the dollar's going to collapse and we're all going to be standing in bread lines and everything's going to go to shit. And looking around, you know, I don't think everything's gone to shit since 2001.
Okay, but let me ask you this. I mean, what do you think has happened to the government since the Great Depression happened? If it happened back then, why don't you think it could happen now?
I'm not saying that it can't. I'm not saying that it can't happen. What I'm saying is that from 2001, okay, for 20 years, I've been hearing how the dollar's going to collapse. It's this fucking fear programming that they do. It's just another one of these things. The coronavirus, fear, fear, fear. The terrorists, fear, fear, fear. They're going to get us, fear, fear, fear. The dollar's going to collapse. The economy's going to be fucked. Fear, 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 fear. Right? They just throw everything they can up against the wall to get you afraid. Okay? Don't buy into the fear is what I'm saying. Okay? It's not impossible that it could happen. Just don't buy into this hyped up fear. Because that's not...
Okay, so like...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so I'm guessing like it could be agreed upon that for the average person, those of us, well, I don't know if you are, but like I come from a humble beginnings. My family wasn't invested in the stock and real estate and all that type of stuff. So when the Great Recession took place, and the only thing I noticed was that I had to pay $5 for gas, and I remember looking back. Okay, I was educating myself. Okay, the housing, the real estate business went to crap. And, okay, Obama came in and bailed out Wall Street and these banks and crap like that. So that didn't really affect, the Great Recession of 2008, that pretty much affected, like, really wealthy people or people invested into real estate and stuff like that, I'm guessing. So if something was to happen, you don't think the average person would notice?
What I'm saying, that's not it. What I'm saying is that there's just all this fear that's like, oh, everything's going to go to shit. And it's been that way. I mean, every single day since 2001, I've heard the dollar's going to collapse. Every single fucking day. Okay, and this is not. It's just this hyped up fear that they're trying to get inside of you. And what I'm saying is just don't let that hyped up fear. It's okay to in the back be a little bit concerned about the economy, But it just can't let it be this hyped up thing where everything's going to go to shit and we're all fucking screwed. You know, that's just not reality.
Okay, so let me ask you this. The whole beef going on right now with Ted Cruz and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you believe that's just political theater?
Yep.
You don't think that's really, you think they probably best friends away from the public eye?
I don't think that they're best friends. I don't think that Ted Cruz is very likable. I don't think that Ocasio-Cortez is very likable. What I think is that they are, that they do business together. They understand that they're there to work together. They're not against each other.
Everyone in Congress understood that Joe Biden was going to cut the Keystone Pipeline. Everybody knew that in Congress.
No, Joe Biden's not working with Congress. Joe Biden's going out on his own and fucking signing executive order after executive order. And I don't know that everyone in Congress knew that he was going to do that.
Well, I mean, when you say that it's political theater, it's almost like they all really get on like everyone in Congress, when they're away from us, get on like a Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, guys, that's what we're going to do tomorrow.
Right. No, they have classes that they go to. Like when they first come to the House of Representatives, when they first become a member of Congress, they have to go and take classes. And it's all spelled out to them in these classes, how they're supposed to speak and everything.
Oh, okay. Well, I do know that. I do know that much. So you don't think, like I say, I guess I wonder, because I'm not really into the whole fear thing and all this type of stuff, but I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I'm wondering, like, are we all just being played? I mean, surely Trump wasn't, I don't think Trump thought he was going to lose. I mean, I don't think that was part of the plan.
No,
like,
we're all being played.
Trump,
No, we're all being played, and Trump wasn't, see, Trump's not part of the club. Okay, the problem is that he wants to act like he is. So, he that's why at the end of this thing where he saw it all imploding, like you're saying, oh, if he did stand up and he did fucking pardon all those people, Mitch McConnell would have to fucking stand up against him. No, because he has the power. He has the support of the people. That's the reason they're all coming to Trump now. But he acted like, oh, I can't do anything. He's the most powerful man in the world. Of course you can. You could fucking shut down Twitter. You could shut down Facebook, at least in the United States. You know,
but Facebook and Twitter are part of the private sector. You can't do that.
You can do that. You can do that. It's absolute. They shut it down in other countries. They can shut it down here.
Well, those are communist countries.
No,
I mean,
there's like Uruguay shuts down Facebook every election for like 2 weeks before the election and 2 weeks after the election. They don't want it fucking.
But I mean, they
don't want Facebook fucking with the election.
There has to be an actual law passed.
Yeah, well, executive order is law.
But executive orders are limited.
I don't know, man. I think. Look, again, when they say, "Oh, we're gonna go God mode on your ass and censor the most powerful man in the world," the most powerful man in the world should step up and say, "I'll show you what God mode is." Instead, he rolled over and showed his belly and said, "Please don't hurt me anymore," and pissed all over himself.
Okay, but no, check out this. You said executive orders. Well, Biden tried to suspend deportation, and a Texas judge stepped in and told him, "No, you can't do that." He tried to block deportation, but a federal judge in Texas told him he does not have the power to do that because a president cannot create laws. He tried to block the law to deport illegal aliens, and Texas said, "Nah, you in over your head." You had to have heard about that.
Yeah, but again, that's one state Supreme Court. That's and it's not that he couldn't do it. He did do it, and then the Supreme Court, there was a lawsuit, and the Supreme Court stepped in and said, "Okay, well, this looks like you can't. It's not right." But at the same time, it's not that he couldn't do it. He did do it, just like Donald Trump could have done it and chose not to.
Yeah, but Trump, well, I mean, come on. He, like I said, by the time everyone was exhausted, even I I mean, I would never, ever accuse Trump of that, but I mean, I kind of got to side with Bill O'Reilly. I'm like, okay, we get it. You feel like the election was stolen from you, but stop this because you are tearing the country apart.
Yeah, but
you know, Trump didn't do any of this fanatical stuff. He didn't declare martial law.
see, Bill Riley is
conspiracy theory.
Bill Riley is on the side of the establishment. Bill Riley doesn't stand with the people. Bill Riley doesn't care about the country being torn apart. He cares about the establishment. He cares about you know, the status quo. Bill Riley isn't there to fucking inform anyone of anything. And what he did was he said, Donald Trump, you need to shut this down. Okay, instead of what Donald Trump said, we need to fight like hell. Who do you want for representing you? Somebody who's saying we got to shut this down, or somebody saying we got to fight like hell? Okay?
Well, I mean, at this time, because like I said, Trump, like speaking of alcoholism, even though that was brought up earlier, you know, Trump was one of the people, even though I've had relapses and all this type of stuff, but Trump was one of the people who motivated me to get my CDL, because I thought Hillary was going to win. And I looked, I was like, well, my God, if Trump can be the president, surely I can go out there and get my CDL. And the reason why it's such a big deal is because, okay, I used to get disability and for PTSD. And the symptoms of mine is that I talk to myself sometimes. People just like telling me I'm crazy, I can't drive trucks and this and that. But I did it, and I'm pretty good at it. And you know, even despite me having relapses and don't judge me on this. I done had maybe a beer or two and I drove my truck, and I know that's wrong and dangerous, but I made it through. Now I'm sober, and I like being sober. And I think, and I honestly, and it might sound strange, but I thank Trump for that. And now I'm like, okay, unlike those people in the Capitol.
Yeah.
Those people stormed the Capitol probably thinking if they got in trouble, Trump would pardon them. I had to put on my big boy pants, and I said, you know what? I can't rely on Trump anymore. Trump can't be my surrogate imaginary father. I got to take care of myself. I got to stop drinking. I'll be 33, my birthday. I have got to start behaving like a grown man and not like the victim that Black Lives Matter want me to be. You know, if I get a DUI, that's a DUI. That's my CDL. It's not racial. It's not racism. You know, to break the law and get in trouble for it. It's not racism.
Yeah. No, congratulations on getting your driver's license. That's great, man. And I'm sorry, I lost my track of thought. Oh yeah, no. Congratulations on getting that, and congratulations on feeling good about and congratulations on not letting people tell you that you're not able to do shit that you know you can do, because I can't stand that, and it's one of the most beautiful things that humans do is overcome that kind of adversity, man. So congratulations to you on that.
And I love it, right? And I don't think a lot of people can say, hey, I like my job. So are you a Bernie Sanders type of guy? I mean, you know, do you if you don't believe in laws and all this type of stuff, do you believe in the private sector? Do you believe in the right to own property at all?
Yeah, sure. I think that I don't have a problem with private people having businesses. I have a problem with giant corporations owning politicians.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I understand, but like I said, I really, really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I just wanted to chime in.
Yeah, man.
Got about an hour more to drive, and I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Right on. Well, please just feel. What's your name?
Cyrus.
Okay, say again.
Cyrus. C-Y-R-U-S.
All right, Cyrus. Hey, just feel free to call anytime. It's good to talk to you, and I look forward to talking to you again soon. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Stay cool, bro.
Yeah, you too, Bob.
All right. So, my new roommate needs to go to the weed store. It closes at midnight. So, we got to do other things. We got to have other priorities. So, let's see. If anybody else wants to call, I'm going to give you just a quick second here. The number is 805-669-6397. And we will be more than happy to take another call. Otherwise, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we'll be back on Monday at same Mox time, same Mox channel. I hope we see you there, because it's always better when you're here, so you know. Thanks so much for tuning in. Stay cool. One of these days, this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.